have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city. In Jesus' name, amen. Let's stand up for the national anthem. Please be seated. Right, okay. Item 1, attendance and apologies. Everyone's here, so it's nil. Leave of absence, nil. Condolences. I go to Councillor Patterson.
Mr. Mayor, I move that a motion of condolence be passed for the family of Neil Anderson, OIM.
Seconder, Councillor Peter Young.
50 years ago today, Neil Anderson was a Gold Coast City Alderman. He did just pass away last month, just a few months shy of his 100th birthday. And if we look back and look at what he did for this city during his time, it is quite extraordinary. He moved to Southport in 1948, established a successful bakery business, opened another 2 shops and won the pantry right in the heart of Southport, corner Nerang and Scarborough Streets, which is well known. He was the first president for the Gold Coast Show Society and was there for 24 years, serving as patron, president and vice president. He was on the Southport Chamber of Commerce as president and life member. He was the founding member of the Animal Welfare League of Queensland and continued to serve on the management committee for 54 years until his retirement of that at the age of 1991. He was the patron and vice president and committee member of the Gold Coast City Band. He was the founding member of the Foreshore Protection Committee after the 1974 floods, when it was known as the Broadwater Bar Stabilisation Committee, when we had significant issues with water in the Broadwater. He was a life member and served as president and committee member of the Southport RSL Sub-Branch and Services Club. He was an active member of Southport Senior Citizens and Meals on Wheels. We can't express enough the impact that this one man has had on our community and on our city. We pass on our heartfelt condolences to his family, and we thank him for his great work and his commitment to our city, to its people and its environment. Thank you.
Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Could you please add Councillor Worcester, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Hamill, everyone. Anyone want to be excluded? It's easier. Okay. Could you add everyone to the list? Thank you. We now go to Councillor Gates for Ethel Kirkin.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. I'd move that a motion of condolence be passed and a message of sympathy sent to Susan and Rodney Bowman on the passing of Susan's mother, Ethel Maud Kirkin.
Seconder, Councillor Hamill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Those of us familiar with Northern Gold Coast will recognise the Kirkin name. Ethel Kirkin passed away on the 26th of April, and she was 84. Ethel's grandparents were pioneers of our city and the owners of a huge farm on Kirkin Road at Pimpamar. The family legacy is clearly very strong, and members of the Kirkin family still live at Pimpamar and Upper Coomera today. Clearly, it's where Kirkin Road gets its name. We have Kirkin Road North and Kirkin Road South, so you can only imagine the size of that original property. The road name's actually a constant reminder of a massive family contribution and the long-lasting relationships that have evolved from the Kirkin family and still exist in the area today. And our heartfelt sympathy to all family members.
Okay. Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Okay, could you add Councillor Hamill and Councillor Caldwell and Councillor Peter Young? Okay. Next one, I'll go to Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I move that a motion of condolence be passed and that a message of sympathy be forwarded to the Simons family following the passing of Roy.
Okay, second, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. It's been a tragic 12 months for Australian cricket with the passing of another formidable character, not only on the field but off the field as well. Although he passed in Townsville, I think the Gold Coast can lay claim to Roy and for the role that he played in establishing the Gold Coast's reputation and place in Queensland cricket and in Australian cricket. Mr Mayor, when Roy first presented to the Gold Coast Dolphins, it was 1993. The club was only 3 years old. And the club was established to provide young people across a vast region an opportunity to play a sport that they loved. But it wasn't a region that was taken all that seriously by Queensland cricket. So at age 15, 3 years into the club's history, Roy achieved over a double century on his debut. Over a double century. And then when he made the under 19 team, in his opening partnership, they achieved with Michael Mott, I think it could be Matthew Mott, Matty, achieved 446 runs in 36 overs in a one day. That formidable performance at such a young age put the Dolphins, put the Gold Coast, and put Queensland cricket on absolute notice. And of course, for Roy, he had the opportunity to represent this country at a national level. Mr Mayor, his passing, like the passing of Shane Warne, is far too soon. It leaves a gaping hole, I think, in the psyche of cricket because we look so nostalgically and so romantically at the era in which these men plied their craft. And I think it'll be a long time before we find a local character who we can be so proud of for his achievements on the field. Mr Mayor, we're not just talking about a sports person who did so much for the Gold Coast Dolphins and for Queensland cricket and Australian cricket, but we're also talking about a local. And his father, Ken, I believe, from All Saints, also contributed so much to the sport and the community and the school community at All Saints across many decades. So they leave not only a gaping hole for the sports aficionado, but also to the central Gold Coast community who've had a connection with this family for many decades, as I said. I'm encouraged, Mr Mayor, by what the Gold Coast Dolphins have said most recently, and that they want to name their youth program after Roy. And I think that's so fitting because he had his beginnings as a young player here on the Gold Coast. And if we can inspire more young players in his name, following his example, then the sport will be well served. and he will have an enduring legacy for generations to come. I'm sure this will earn the unanimous support of Council, but I think we need to recognise those Gold Coasters who have played a part in our history but might not necessarily be residing in it at the time of their passing. We need to cherish the foundation that they laid for us in the city we have today. Thank you.
Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Unanimous. Carried. I add onto the list Councillor Gates, Corwell, Patterson, Owen Jones, Peter Young, Belden Dumston, Tozer, Taylor and Pauline Young, McDonald and O'Neill. Okay. Right. I now go to Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I move a motion of condolence and a message of sympathy be sent to the family of John Cunningham.
Second, Councillor McDonald.
Mr Mayor, John Cunningham, affectionately known as Cunny to his mates, was a lifeguard for the city for 32 years at Greenmount Beach from 1963, retiring in 1995. John's record as a lifeguard was outstanding and he was involved in many critical rescues. He received a Bravery Award on the well-documented efforts at North Kira in 1967 when he saved 2 people in mountainous seas, and this was a testimony to his ability and courage. John was a wonderful lifeguard and extremely proud of his role for the city. His surveillance and rescue skills were second to none. However, it was his abiding love of the ocean environment and the people in his care that stands as a monument to him. His contribution to the lifeguard service cannot be measured. However, his ability to promote team harmony and offer friendly advice when needed was a testament to his character. The Lifeguard Centre at Greenmount Beach was named the John Cunningham Lifeguard Centre at the direction of the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peter Turner, on Tuesday the 16th of August 1994. And a wonderful memorial was held for John last Friday at that centre. Over 100 people attended. He not only was, he was definitely a waterman, and not only in his lifeguard services, he was also a life member of the Tweed Heads Coolangatta Surf Lifesaving Club from 1950 through to just recently, probably, I think he finished patrols around about 10 years ago, Mr Mayor, and he's been sick in a nursing home of recent times. He also was club champion of the surf club between 1957 and 1960. He also represented Queensland at the Olympic Games demonstrations in 1956. Also, he's also a loved and respected member of the Southern Gold Coast surfing community, and he was a pioneer of the Malibu board. A true local legend, Vale John Cunningham.
Yeah. Councillor, put motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Could you please add Councillor McDonald, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Owen Jones and Councillor Hamill? There's a couple of late condolences for which I accept. So I'll go to Councillor Peter Young. I'll mark it down to item 3.5.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that a motion of condolence be passed and that a message of sympathy be forwarded to the family of Kelly Hardy.
Second, Councillor Owen Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's a sad day. Obviously, we're reflecting on the commitment and contribution to our community by a wide range of people. And although Kelly is not famous in any international or national sphere or even at the city level, she leaves behind a husband, Ron, and 2 children and a grieving community in Pacific Pines. Kelly was a member of the Pacific Pines Football AFL Club, and just a beaming smile always would greet you when you saw Kelly. She was very dynamic and very encouraging, and she was a strong driver in initiating the young women's football team and coaching them. She was a member of the Gavin State School P&C as well, and everybody that knew Kelly loved her to pieces, and it's just so sad that she's been taken away from us at the age of about 45. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Councillor, put this motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Could you please add Councillor Owen Jones? Okay. So next one, it'll be marked down as 3.6, and I go to Councillor Donna Gates.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'd move a motion of condolence and a message of sympathy be sent to the family of the late Alan Mackenzie.
I'll second that.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Alan, as those listening today may know, was the founding member of the Gold Coast Suns Football Club. Affectionately known as Doc, given his medical degree, he was passionate about football, passionate about AFL, and passionate about seeing the AFL youth programs across southeast Queensland come to the fore. Doc was a proud Southport Sharks man, serving as club president for 5 decades, and it would be impossible to count the hours that he put into football right across the Gold Coast. Suns Club Chairman Tony Cochrane has asked that his thoughts and the thoughts of the Suns board also be acknowledged here today. I know, Mr Mayor, you were close to Doc, and this is a difficult one for you this morning. So Alan passed away very suddenly, aged 76. He's survived by his wife, Joanne, and he's yet another example of a massive contribution to our city in a sporting sphere, in terms of medical and in so many other ways, and our sympathy to the remaining family members.
Councillor, I put motion to you. Show of hands. Against, carried. Yeah, Joe, can you count for me?
It's Councillor Hamill, Councillor Rowan Jones, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barr Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Tate.
Okay, councillors, we'll move to Merrill Minute, Gold Coast 2032 Legacy. I won't speak at length. The motion that the CEO coordinates a council workshop prior to 30 June 2022 to identify focus areas and legacy principles to ensure the best possible legacy outcome for the city for the 2032 Olympic Games. And so a shout out to all Gold Coasters that what ideas you have for legacy, please approach your area councillors, and from that, everyone has an input through your representative to this workshop. And if we can get we know how to have long-term legacy, especially through the Commonwealth Games. We're not on first base. We've hit a home run, and we're going to do it again. Starting early was key. And on this one, councillors, I commend to you that we start early, and that with these ideas we can do business scenarios on it, costed, advocacy, all to other tiers of government, and the Olympic Games are a wonderful opportunity. And as I said, like the Commonwealth Games, it's a long-term legacy for the community, is the big win for our city. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Confirmation of minutes. Any corrections, councillors? Councillor Peter Young? Move. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Right. Mayor's report. I'll do a summarised sort of version to you. Picture tells 1,000 stories, so when it's on the screen, You'll get the gist of it, and we're up to, this is confirmation minutes. Okay, isn't item 1 opening of the PC Park? Thank you. All right, this was opening of the Prissy Park skate park. I was joined by Councillor Pauline Young, who this wonderful, another infrastructure, 3,000 square metres of extension and upgrade, and equal the size of 7 basketball courts. And you can have temporary, I think, seating or stand for, they quoted me 10,000 people. So it's absolutely Olympic standard. So it would be silly if people in Brisbane doesn't recognise it and put the skating here on the Gold Coast. But the other good news is the Australian government contribute $900,000 funding contribution from local roads community infrastructure program. So I think we're on our way there, and I was looking forward for Councillor Caldwell to turn up, but it's all right. I know.
Here's an earlier video.
Yeah, so it's really for the next generation of sports people to hone their sport, and there was a lot of younger generation there. As a matter of fact, I'm lost with the names at the moment, but they help us cut the ribbon, you know. Anyway, here we go. Next one went to Gold Coast Titan versus Penrith, so defending premier, and we went down 4-18. Next item, unveiling the Southport RSL rebranding. So it's called SOPO. So it's in the name of Southport. It's branding to appeal to a younger generation. $1.8 million worth of renovations been done on that stage. Councillor Patterson, were you there? I can't remember.
I was in isolation with COVID, so I couldn't attend.
You would have been otherwise. All right. And so we're second stage there as well. So I'd say to you, you want a night out, I think Southport, SOPO would be a good place to go. And there'll be some good live entertainment. Merrill Safety Suburb Forum. I have to say the wonderful thing is the Queensland Police Services District Officers Award was given to our safety camera officers, and congratulations, and we're really heartfelt that QPS recognised the work the officers done and led to making our place a lot safer. And we talked about domestic violence with QPS and youth justice reform measures. Did I miss anything of note, Councillor Worcester?
No, Mr Mayor, I think that was the focus, but I think out of the meeting you expressed an interest in perhaps pressing the state government on some youth justice reforms, noting that there'd been some changes to the way that schools manage behaviour.
Then on 4th of May, a visit International Olympic Committee visit us, and 3 delegates. And the good thing here, what you're seeing there is a screenshot of the website of Brisbane in 2032. And it's wonderful that that's a good shot for Brisbane. And so I welcome it. And so it's one of those things that we're always in their thoughts. But I say The three executives from Olympic are very, very impressed. We had lunch at Southport Yacht Club. They sit there and look around. I basically said, yeah, it's normal. It was sunny that day. So it was great.
4th of May, was it?
This next one is Gold Coast 2022 Gold Coast Careers Festival. Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor Vorster and Councillor Teos in attendance. This festival was put on by Study Gold Coast at the Gold Coast Sports and Leisure Centre. It's growing every year, so they had to seek a much larger facility, and they got room to expand. And it's about the younger generation wanting to build their career in our city, and that fits in line with our broadening our economy so that the next generation can have a world-class career right here on the Gold Coast. And next one, I had lunch with United States Consul General, Her Excellency Christine Elder, you can see why, once I sit with her, you can see why she's a wonderful diplomat, because you can't not like her. She's one of those personalities, just capture your attention, very humble. And you look at her background, she was ambassador, she's done it all. And she's so pleased to be here on the Gold Coast with us. And anytime I'm in Sydney, I'll be catching up with her. So we talked about the Pacific Air Show at Huntington Beach in California, and I talked about our sister city relationship with Fort Lauderdale, about the marine industry, and she just came from the Battle of the Coral Sea, I think commemoration 80th anniversary, and I did say that the importance of Battle of the Coral Sea with Americans was crucial. A lot of people don't know it. If we didn't win that part of it, I said to her, we'd be probably having sushi for lunch. Next one, City Economy Business Breakfast. Councillor Patterson, Councillor Pauline Young and Councillor Owen Jones. And our City Economy hosts a business breakfast as part of Queensland Small Business Month. And it's all part of having a business portal, so it was a significant, successful launch. Salvation Army Red Shield Appeal, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Bannon Lumsden, Councillor Tozer and Councillor Owen Jones was also there. Good news was at the Crown Plaza. We went back there. For that breakfast, we raised over 400,000. It's a city the size of Gold Coast. We punch above our weight because Brisbane raised about the same, and it's wonderful. And the testimony by Kevin there, very heartfelt, and I think people dug deeper of how he went through and was in jail, etc. And then now he's working at Salvation Army. Just of note, I got an email from him last week. He's doing this coat on a tree in Southport. So if you got any spare jacket for winter, you can take it to Kevin himself, or I'm taking some. You can drop it off in my office. I'll take it all down. When it stops raining, we'll put it on the tree. And people who are in need can just go and get the jacket off the tree there. So I commend it to you. Some of you, I can see that won't fit in some of your older jackets. So grab those, because you're not going to go backwards. Guided tour to Theatre Royal in Sydney. Met with Tim McFarlane, AM, Executive Chairman of Trafalgar Entertainment Asia Pacific. As I said, he did a follow-up visit up here. All he wants to do is to help us with input on our next stage. And he reconfirmed after inspection of our precinct, first he said, it's incredible, the location. There's no other theatre has the parkland, a lake in the middle, the river that wraps around. It's absolutely unique. And he reinforced that with that 1,800 seat is the sweet spot. So that's the first recommendation. I think from there's a couple other theatre owners, like they own multiple theatres around the world. I'll invite them to come up and give their opinion. So by that time, when we're thinking it through, we'll be able to go, well, that's the one for the Gold Coast. But that's what I'm talking about, those seats. You know, I went in all the detail when I visited him, why some seats it's like that, why the middle aisle is foldable and become stairs, because some shows they want to run straight up the middle aisle, and little things like that I wasn't aware. Gold Coast fundraising ball at the Royal Pines Resort, formerly known as Bruce Linton. Support charities are Gold Coast Guide Dogs, Perry Cross Spinal Research, Gold Coast Community Fund, Men of Business, Bravehearts. And I'm sure all those attended bought quite a few things that you don't need. 100,000 plus was raised that night. Then got to the next morning, I went to TV Logies nomination event. And so anyway, the photo doesn't show it, but we got there early, and they're the Gold Logies nominations. And open for voting, so there you go. Official opening of ASMEC at the International Sanctuary Cove, Australian Super Yacht Marine Export and Commercial Industry Conference. And the industry is buoyant. And they were saying that if you order a 60-foot plus Riviera, Maritima, what it may be, the shipping costs used to be $60,000 if you're in the States, say. Now it's $200,000+, the shipping costs. But the orders are coming in. So people are waiting up to 4 to 5 years for the boat they want. So it's wonderful to hear. And I congratulate the industry on the apprenticeship. They're putting more young people in so that yeah. All right. Launch of only rubbish people litter, and there's 3 statues there, and the sitting down one is a lady statue. She's called Sandy. You can guess what I want to rename her name to. I'll tell you offline. The next one, we launched a national freestyle BMX, the Premier and I. And it's wonderful to get the younger generation to cut the ribbon. They're already doing jumping and all that. And it's good to see Logan Martin there, our gold medalist. And that's the high performance one. I think that's movable. It's very high quality, but it's movable. And that will be a replica of the one in 2024 Paris. So won't surprise me if we're going to have gold medalists and other medalists coming through. What Logan said was the younger kids coming through are doing things that he didn't dream about when he was their age. So it's going to be quite interesting, and it's another sport that should be here on the Gold Coast for the Olympics. It's growing, right? National Volunteering Week, and also Queensland Country Women's Association, 100-year service and celebration. Councillor Vorster was MC. Any highlights there after I left?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. There were lots of jokes about scones, but we actually had some Indonesian dancers who managed to coax many of us up on a stage, and I might have made a fool of myself. But look, Mr. Mayor, I think the real highlight was your invitation to the volunteers in the audience about putting forward suggestions that we could take up to amplify their efforts in the community. And of course, that's subject to our budget deliberations, and we can't talk about it here today. But I think there was a real sense from these very hard-working, long-established groups that the city was prepared to stand shoulder shoulder to shoulder. Yeah, sorry about that. With them, and they were very encouraged by your undertaking, Mr. Mayor. I think, on a personal reflection, the CWA, I think had the best story to tell, because they've been invested in this part of Queensland for 100 years, and they're still opening up new branches and finding new ways of serving emerging needs. And that's because their values and their approach lay a solid foundation. So the work might change, but their approach and their motivations don't, and that's what's made them so enduring.
Yeah, no, thanks for adding that. Councillor Gates?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Owen Jones and I share the Coomera CWA, the Coomera branch of the CWA, and unfortunately we were both at committee when this celebration was on and we couldn't be there, but I think we've both also contributed funds towards that celebration, and I just want to wish them all well, and I'm glad that you and Councillor Vorster were there to fly the flag for the city. Just unfortunate that the timing was such that we couldn't be there too.
Yeah.
But we'll catch up for this one.
Chris, can you amend the Mayor's report to reflect that? Thanks. And on the photo there, they wanted me to stand in the middle, but I didn't, because I said there's a reason. If you want to use the photo for future promotion, you can always crop me out and make it work for you. And next one, Australian Tourism Exchange. Prior to becoming mayor, when I was in the hospitality industry, this is the event that we all go to, because we pitch it to wholesalers throughout the world. They ascend to this event, the one and only, and for the Gold Coast to get for next year, because this year I think it was about 300 delegates only in Sydney. Next year looks like it'll be 900 from throughout the world, and for us to be hosting it, all the delegates who are wholesalers, so all the retailers pluck into them. It's perfect timing, and just for the 900 delegates coming here, it'll boost $9 million in economy into local economy. But apart from that, it's just the long term, the next 5 years, when people are talking about how good's the Gold Coast. We make sure the gift is unique in their bags and things like that, so they can remember us by. Maybe a snow cone with our city in it, something weird. Anyway, don't take it as read, just something that makes them talk about the city. So last time we held it was in 2016, so the timing's good. It's been 6 years, and so we'll move ahead on that. Congratulations to Destination Gold Coast in securing this. Launch of Blues on Broadbeach. This is the 21st anniversary, and on the launch day, my note says we estimate 170,000 patrons. I'm not sure of the figures because it's been raining since. But anyway, you can plan for the events, do your best. I think there's a lot of people coming there. I'm looking forward to the outcome of the event. And I know that in the same week we had boat show at Sanctuary. It rained there as well, obviously. So one of those things. And then I went down to have a look at e-gaming in Fortress, and that just a one small room. I mean, one small section. It's enormous, and the amount of I learned a lot, and they are looking to put Fortress in Sydney, which they committed millions of dollars for. This fit out is millions and millions of dollars. So they're looking at Queensland, and of course I had a hint that they were talking about Brisbane, but no more. They're going to come up and have a look at the Gold Coast. And for our future e-sport, I'd say to some committee chairs, I think it might be worth for us to, I can't, like, I get told by the CEO and the Chief of Staff about it, and you think, oh yeah, but it is something totally different, and the way they've done it, it's only if we're going to move in that direction, IT economy and esports and that, we'll think it through to see what other meetings that we've got in Melbourne, and we add that in. The next one was the Yarra Botanica. I was told about it. That's actually floating on the river, and there may be an idea that we can float something like that at Lionel Perry Park. There's seabed lease and all that, but it's they create jobs, and it's really the fine dining on the river because you're on the river. And Bob East told me about it because he's part owner of that, so I went and had a quick look, and just a thought we might look around and see if there's some good spots around the place. Western Bulldogs versus the Sun went to Ballarat, and it's colder than what it looks. 3 minutes to go. We were 1 point behind. Was looking good. The crowd was silent, and then the Bulldogs kicked 2 quick goals, and it was all over. But congratulations to the Suns. The guys put everything out there. I did a COVID test, and being negative, so I was able to go in the change room and congratulate them on their game. Very sombre, and the Bulldogs are not a bad team. They were grand finalists last year, the runners-up. In 2016, they were premiers. So anyway, I think we're going to win the next 2 games, and then 2 in Darwin, and then at home on a Sunday. If we can win the 3, the 8s look like we're coming there. So let's see what happens. Marina's 22nd. Councillor Gates was there. Matter of fact, she was there longer than me. He made my welcome speech, and everyone got onto the yacht, YOT, and Councillor Owen Jones was there longer than me as well. So thank you for doing that. But you can see the vibe, isn't it? The marine industry, the whole ecosystem is going really good. Anyway, Councillor Gates took that photo, and she wanted that one in instead of myself in there. So anyway, what can I say? You take orders the way I do. So that's 20 years. So I'm saying for him, come back to the Gold Coast again. Councillors, I move that the Mayor's report be noted and welcome. Second to Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. I try to do it quickly, but get carried away. Clarification of members, any clarification? All right, so the bulletin's got it right this week? All good? Business arising, any business arising? No. Presentation, this is my favourite. Just before I call up Acting Assistant Commissioner Rhys Wyman, I take the opportunity to say a few words. And I have to say, Rhys, it's been an absolute privilege to work with you in the last 14 months. And whether it's through Safety Suburb Forum, where you give us crime trends, major events, implementation of the Wanding trial in Safe Night Precinct. And the main one is the COVID-19 and border restriction and quarantine compliance. A lot of people in the background don't know it. My role as Chair of Disaster Management, I guess I ring Rhys all hours, and just to get the latest update, and always there. And to the extent, I'm going, well, I can't ring him anymore, so I'd go, Elton, you ring him. And it's such a privilege that you work somebody who's passionate about what he does, add value tremendously, and Rhys, to present you a certificate of appreciation while you're acting Chief Superintendent in recognition of your leadership and commitment to our city. May I ask you to come up and receive it?
Well, I'm extremely touched and humbled. Thank you, Mayor, for this presentation. A bit emotional, actually. It's been quite the wild ride, and it was for me. It was an unintentional journey. I came down here to work with Mark Wheeler, and the bugger 6 weeks later got promoted and moved on, and so I was asked to step in for a period whilst obviously they worked through finalising the permanent position, and I didn't realise it was going to last for so long. I keep saying you can't do this role. You certainly don't do it for recognition such as this. That's why I'm sort of really humbled and find it difficult on this one. Because there's so many people you work with. It's partnerships and relationships that get you through these tough times, and I've got an amazing team of police here on the coast, some of the best anywhere in the world, and I was just speaking to my team this morning that here's one for you. The Gold Coast is actually tracking as the lowest crime rate in the state. We're seeing small increases in our reported crime, but it is miles above, or below, I should say, anywhere else in Queensland. So, and it's not just around us though. We have a great community here on the Gold Coast, and a resilient community, and especially that was demonstrated through the COVID situation. But I keep talking about the partnerships and relationships, and I was so blessed that I came down here and had those established relationships with all levels of council. And just acknowledge yourself, Mayor, all the councillors, and particularly Alison and her team, and Alton and yours. You're right, there was lots of after-hours conversations in between COVID and numerous weather events, and unfortunately we lost a couple of lives in the flooding events, but we couldn't have achieved the outcomes we have and kept our community safe here on the coast without those relationships, and for that I'm eternally grateful. And thank you so much. I'm just really humbled by this. Thank you.
Oh, wow. We also now have presentation. I go to Councillor Vorster.
Excuse me, I might just take a sip of water.
Okay.
Literally a drop. It's a state bulk water charges. Mr Mayor, today, and barely 12 months since last year, we have an opportunity to recognise the absolutely stellar performance of our tourist parks, not only at a state level, but at a national level. Before we draw attention to the specific award recipients, I think it's important for us to reflect on the fact that the Gold Coast reputation as a holiday destination is built upon our ability to give every Australian an opportunity to holiday here. So while we have 5-star accommodation or 6-star that can delight and surprise, I'm sure there's champagne on ice in some room somewhere right now, our tourist parks give us the ability to give every Australian a magic holiday here on the Gold Coast, building fond memories and spending quality family time together. Not only do they do this for our reputation, not only do they do this for our visitors, but they do it for the city, and they do it to build an economy. Because, Mr Mayor, without this section of our tourism economy doing well, we risk very real jobs, because it means fewer visitors and fewer people spending money here, supporting, I think, 46,000 jobs now linked to the economy. So, Mr Mayor, we're applauding their professionalism, their customer service, but we're also very grateful for the role that they have underpinning our economy and our city's reputation. Now, Mr Mayor, I'd like to begin today by acknowledging our national award recipient through the Caravan Industry Association of Queensland. That's, of course, again, a much beloved Ocean Beach Tourist Park, who was awarded bronze for the 2022 People's Choice Awards in April. And while they're coming up, Mr Mayor, to receive that alongside you, I just want to flag that this award is a recognition of strong customer loyalty, business performance and organisational discipline. And what that tells us is that success is no accident, Mr Mayor. So congratulations to our park managers, Shannon, Rob and Gary. They wander off too far. As it turns out, they were also recipients of a state award at the Caravan Park Association of Queensland, having won the 2022 inaugural Ron Chapman Award for Excellence. And Mr Mayor, in terms of guest satisfaction, this team delivered a rating of 96%. Amazing. Thanks, Shannon, Rob and Gary. Now, we have some more award recipients because I tell you they do a great job. They do a great job. There's 4 of them at the state category. Mr Mayor, in the 2022 awards, the Team of the Year were the Burleigh Beach Tourist Park Reception Team. Now, Mr Mayor, having a great reputation, as you'd well understand yourself, in this industry, demands going above and beyond. And the team here today, Scott, Lara, Carly, you've done a great job, and hopefully we can continue investing in the park as we have. That's the least we can do given the amazing experience and what you do for every visitor. So congratulations. Now, Mr Mayor, also recognised with the Silver Employee of the Year Award was the Tally Creek Tourist Park champion, Jeff Bell. And we have Jeff here today. Mr Mayor, and the feedback to me is that one of the regular hallmarks of Jeff's work is recognition by visitors to the park who hand over many thank you cards and notes, just thanking him for the work that he's done to make their holidays truly memorable. So, Jeff, congratulations. And, Mr Mayor, because we share the love right across the Gold Coast, in 2022, the Bronze Employee of the Year Award goes to Broadwater Tourist Park's Blair Westman. Now, Mayor, much like yourself, Blair has a can-do, never-say-no attitude and was recognised for that at the awards. Beautiful. Now, Mr Mayor, one of the best parts about these awards is that they're industry-driven. So it's not just us as councillors deciding that our operators need recognition, they always do, but the industry who decides what standards they aspire to, they've recognised the achievements of our tourist parks. And Mr Mayor, TripAdvisor, their Traveller's Choice Award has been provided to us as a city. What's brilliant about our tourist parks collectively, Mr Mayor, is that they have ratings and reviews that put them in the top 10% of guest sentiment worldwide. On this planet, top 10%. This is no small accident. I just want to recognise and reflect the fact that our tourist park operators are as good at customer service as they are at running a business, Mr Mayor, and they've been recognised for that in these customer satisfaction results. Now, for those tourist parks that were not recognised with the state and national awards earlier, you're captured in this 10%. And Mr Mayor, while we thank our city officers, I just want to acknowledge the South Curragee Campground, the North Curragee Campground, Tipplers, obviously Ocean Beach, Main Beach, Jacobs Well for Councillor, I think it's Hamill, now Burleigh Beach Tourist Park, Kira Beach Tourist Park, Tally Creek Tourist Park and the Broadwater Tourist Park. Well done, thank you.
right. Councillors, we'll take a 10-minute break because all this 10-minute break is quite good, right? Everyone good? So let's come back at 5 past. Okay, let's go. Where are those two? Motion, oh, here it is. Oh, we've got to do one more, do we? Ah, okay. Donna, you ready? Apparently there's another presentation. I nearly missed it. Please, come on up. Councillors 9.3. I nearly skipped it. Skipped over it. That's the... Yeah. Okay. All right, councillors, we go to 9.3. Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, it's great to be here today on this wonderful celebration of service. Not just by you, Mr. Mayor, but it's 10 years since a number of our elected representatives came to office. And today I feel really well qualified to comment on the last 10 years. I was a member of the council between 2007 and 2012, and many of you will have heard me say, since you came to office with the councillors who are being honoured also today, that this is council heaven. And under your leadership, Mr. Mayor, there's been a total change in the way that council operates, and I'm sure that Councillor McDonald and Councillor Lacastre will support my comments when I say that the change in culture for our council cannot be underestimated. There's more confidence in the business community. Our constituents have more confidence in the work that we're doing. Our city's thriving, and Mr. Mayor, it says a lot about your leadership and about the very hard work of the people that are being acknowledged today. And those people are yourself, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Glenn Tozer, Councillor Cameron Caldwell, and of course Councillor Lacastre is being acknowledged today for 25 years service. So I think it goes without saying that we are very fortunate to have such a great team working hard for the city. Under incredible leadership, Mr. Mayor, you've gained the confidence of the business community completely, and we've seen it translate into real growth and benefits for our city. So I am really proud to work alongside you and the other representatives that are all being honoured today, and I give you my heartfelt thanks, not only personally, but on behalf of the entire city. Thank you.
Great. Okay, Bob?
Yours, Mr. Mayor.
Oh.
And councillors, I'm not sure I was even supposed to do that. I was probably just supposed to give the Mayor his award. But anyway, now I've done it.
Oh, good.
Congratulations,
Oh, thank
Mr.
you very
Mayor.
much. Oh, I get a pin.
Yeah.
Where's the gold watch?
Thank you. Well done.
Thank you. All right, and the others? Donna, what are you going to give to... We'll go down the front now. Down the front. Down the front. Right, item 10, conflict of interest declaration. Anyone? Councillor Vorster?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I'm rising to make two declarable conflict of interest declarations. The substance of both are exactly the same, however they relate to two separate matters being considered by Council, the first being a transport and infrastructure item, 6.6 I think it is, and the other one relates to another business item.
Yeah, just pause it. We normally deal with that at the item. That's what Joe has just told me.
Which I'm very happy to do, Mr Mayor. Can I just seek clarification through you to Joe? Is that or
No,
Hamish?
Joe, you told me the thing.
So just this section normally is for those items or conflicts that relate to matters outside of the agenda. So
Yeah, like if we're going to have you're going to have a meeting between council meeting.
Okay.
So you declare the conflict of interest, it carries to all your other meetings.
it's up to the Mayor at the end of the day.
No, of course, and it's up to you, Mr Mayor, so I'll sit down. Offline, I'll just seek some clarification on a section of the Act, though. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Do you want to do it now?
Oh, well, it's up to you, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
I'm happy to handle my conflict for the item, or I could just ask the question now for everyone's benefit.
Yeah, ask the question and we'll learn a bit more, you know?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. So, Mr Mayor, through you, Hamish, when making this declarable conflict of interest declaration, I used a form that was provided to us as council as a template, which asked us to make a declaration prior to a meeting. It was my understanding that that form and that declaration would be considered as part of the standing conflicts of interest item, because it's something that's made before the meeting rather than in the meeting itself. My direct question is, am I adhering to my obligations if I use that form and merely make the declaration when the individual item is being considered later in the agenda? Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Councillor, you're complying with your obligations by firstly informing the CEO prior to the meeting and then at meeting time. At whatever point in the meeting, it's a matter for council and process, but that's fine to do so.
Okay. So
Thanks,
what we'll do, councillors, for conflict of interest, we'll just stay per items, and so it's fresh in our mind as we're dealing with that items. But I'll go back to the point where if there's going to be meetings or whatever in between council meetings, this is the spot where you declare it so that it covers you for the whole week or two or whatever it may be. Okay. Right. Any other conflict of interest that may be outside the council meeting time? No. Okay. Right. What we'll do is we'll go to 11.1 on the reception and consideration of committee minutes. And Councillor, 11.1 is a special budget. So, councillors, I move that the report of the Special Budget and Finance Committee meeting held on Monday, 9th of May, 2022, covered by recommendation 1 to 4, be received. Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Gates. Oh, I thought you... No, oh, good. Okay.
Simply put my hand up to second.
Right. Any questions on those? Any item you want to deal separately? Councillors, I therefore move that the recommendation of the Special Budget Committee, as outlined, 1 to 4, be received. Oh, no, hang on, not received. This is to be adopted. Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Then we go to 11.2. I move that the report of the Special Budget and Finance Committee meeting held on Monday, 16th of May, 2022, covered by recommendation 1 to 11, be received. Seconder, Councillor Patterson. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items you wish to discuss separately? Question, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This Special Budget Committee has a number of recommendations that I think are subject to confidentiality, but in resolving them now, are we putting ourselves in a position where they become... No.
Acting CEO?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, if you go to the minutes of the 9th of May, item 4.1, you've actually resolved that all budget documentation be non-confidential, but that kicks in on budget adoption day. So everything remains confidential until budget adoption day, and we'll go through all the documentation as we do with everything else and redact anything we believe should remain confidential.
Right. Mr Mayor, is this the way we've always done it, or is this a new process?
No, it's...
We did it last year, but what changed last year was the fact that you might recall previous years that we had an issue with conflicts of interest in actually preparing the budget.
Right.
Right, so that's now been clarified so that the preparation of the budget, not just the adoption of the budget, is ordinary business matter. So it's actually clarified it. So I think this is the best way of actually doing it. And obviously if whatever you adopted today changes in future budget discussions, that's fine. So
Yeah, it overrides it.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay. So, therefore, councillors, I move that the recommendation 1 to 11, Special Budget Finance Committee, be adopted. Seconder, Councillor Pauline Young. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. That's how you do it, right? Now we go, let's see, we go, what happens in Lifestyle Community Committee? Councillor Forster.
All the best things.
Okay.
Trees, we love trees. Mr Mayor, I move that the report of the Lifestyle and Community Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 10th of May 2022, covered by recommendations 1 through 10, be received. Thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Belden Lumsden. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Okay. Councillors, any items you want to deal separately? Yeah, Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I draw your attention to item 8.1, the Community Camera Alliance Communication Plan. I'd just like to pose a question through you, if I might. I'm grateful to Councillor Forster for moving this motion and the committee adopting that recommendation, which is in regard to the Community Camera Alliance Communication Plan. And do you know that this came about now because I'd written to you about the interests of the community in Pacific Pines in particular to engage with and participate in this excellent initiative of the State Police and indeed in conjunction with the City Council. And so I was just concerned that this might get bogged down in that it requires a communication plan to be developed and so forth. And I did speak with Councillor Forster, and it might be appropriate for him to make a quick remark, if you don't mind, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Forster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, as you know, our council values the safety of our community, not just in our entertainment precincts, but also in suburban areas. One of the pitfalls, I think, of local government that we all face is that we value community safety, but it's actually up to the state government and the police to respond on the front lines. Now, while it's a affordable and worthwhile thing for us to deliver CCTV infrastructure in our entertainment precincts and in our urban villages, we know that so much crime happens at the end of cul-de-sacs and in suburban streets. Mr Mayor, what the police have recognised is that there is so much private CCTV vision being collected out in suburbia that if they could tap into that vision somehow, if they knew where footage was being collected and who had control of that footage, they would be better placed to solve crime. And when you solve crime, you deter future crime from happening. Now, the Community Camera Alliance is a system where people can voluntarily register their cameras with the QPS. This platform exists elsewhere in Queensland, but is only available here on the Gold Coast in Yatala and Varsity Lakes as a trial. If, as a city, we want our residents, our community, to have access to this crime-fighting tool, we need to make sure that the trial in Yatala and the trial in Varsity Lakes is a success. And we're told by the police that if it is a success over the next few months, could be as little as 2, then they will look at deploying this right across the Gold Coast. But to be frank, Mr Mayor, I think the volunteers in policing who work with the QPS would normally be doing the door knocks and the letterbox drops. They've been affected by COVID. They've not yet stood up completely. And I think that we'd be quite concerned about low levels of uptake in the scheme so far. At the Safer Suburbs Forum, we had a discussion with the police, and there is a clear need for the city to enter into the communication space and encourage as many locals as possible to register their CCTV cameras. They have to do that. If they do that, we can bring the scheme to Pacific Pines, we can bring the scheme to Coomera, we can bring the scheme to Stiglitz, we can bring the scheme to Helensvale, to Palm Beach, Eleanora, Mudgera Bar, Clare Island Waters. Now, Mr Mayor, what this motion does is it attempts to get corporate communication resourced and on board, pushing out registration through city channels so the trial is a success. The last thing I would like is for the police or the state government to turn around and say, hey, this is clearly not for the Gold Coast. That would be a pity because we know that CCTV cameras work.
So would you move that motion?
Happy to move it.
Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any other items to separately, Councillor Tozer?
Mr Mayor, I have a declaration to make about item 6.4, if you wouldn't mind.
6.4. We go to 6.4, councillors.
So, Mr Mayor, at the committee this was discussed, and I need to make a declaration pursuant to section 150 EQ 3B and 150 EQ 3C of the Local Government Act 2009. The entity that operates the council pool at Mudgera Bar, Belgravia Leisure, provided approximately $1,500 in swimming lessons, value of swimming lessons. In 2016-17, they said it was in response to me making promotional videos and promoting them. But I think that constitutes potentially a conflict, and I've had advice to make a declarable or declaration today. I'm seeking permission to participate in the matter because it's been 6 years since the gift. I think I have an important role, representative of many community users of the local pool. Belgravia's relationship with the pool concludes in 2023, and this master planning is effectively about some activity that is proposed to occur in 2025. So that's why I'd like to participate, and I'll leave it to the council to make a decision.
Okay. Councillor Gates.
Mr Mayor, gives me no joy to stand and do this, but at committee I moved that in the best interests of both Councillor Tozer and the entire council, it was better that Councillor Tozer not participate in this decision. In looking back over time, I think Belgravia at one stage had 5 pools in our city. I think they manage only 2 now. The director might be able to confirm that. But there's been some different declarations made over that period and some different timeframes mentioned. So the very first full declaration that was made by Councillor Tozer was in 2018, and it suggested a timeframe of 2017 to 18, where his 3 sons were given swimming lessons in exchange for a promotional video and some promotion of the activities at the Mudgera Bar pool. But now today's declaration says 16 to 17. So as a council, we actually don't have clarity about the time frame. So I would seek from Councillor Tozer, and I have asked him personally, if he could provide the exact details so that we know in a factual way what we're considering today. Otherwise, if he hasn't got those details, I think the public interest in the matter is better served by Councillor Tozer not participating in the decision. So I don't know what the feeling of the other members of the council is, but I would be happy to move what I moved at the committee meeting, that the public interest in the matter is better served by Councillor Tozer not participating in the decision.
All right. I'll come back to you for the motion there. I just asked Councillor Tozer the clarification of the starting date and the stopping date. I think you're after.
Mr Mayor, I've got the email that I received from I'm not sure her role, I'm sorry, the previous city solicitor or the person acting in the role of city solicitor. And it was sent to me, the email was sent to me on the 9th of May, and it shows that the declaration that I made on the 15th of the 8th, 2019 said 2016-17, and the declaration that I made on the 27th of the 8th, 2019 also said 2016-17. So Councillor Gates's commentary isn't supported by the information that's been sent to me by the city solicitor in email, but I can answer her question. So her question is, what occurred? For some time, I've been a open promoter of the Mudgebar Pool.
Yeah, just the date, I think, isn't it? You want?
There isn't an individual date, Mr Mayor, which is what I'm trying to explain.
Mr Mayor, I have a copy of the council minutes which clearly say during 17 and 18, and this week's declaration says between 16 and 17. So, I'm not making it up. I have a copy of the previous declaration and I can read it to the council. It says, the name of the entity is Belgravia Health and Leisure. I received a gift of complimentary swimming lessons for my sons in return for promoting Belgravia's programs at Mudgebar Aquatic Centre and appearing in a video. Approximately $1,500 in total through complimentary fortnightly lessons during 2017 and 2018. So that is where I fall into a responsibility under the Act to try and seek, is it 2016 to 2018, in which case is the estimate correct? We just need that level of clarity from the declaration.
Again, Mr Mayor, I'm not sure of the document that Councillor Gates has, and I appreciate it's in minutes and I'll take it at face value, but I have an email that was sent to me by the city solicitor, which is, as I understand it,
But Councillor, the data is with you, like...
Yeah, so again, I can explain the situation. There wasn't ever a gift offered to me. I went to the counter to pay for swimming lessons for my sons, and it was refused to me to make payment. That happened a number of times. I didn't keep track of it, but it got to a point where that had occurred.
That's fair enough. I just want to... is it 17 to 18 or 16 to...
I believe it was...
Or is this you're sticking with the declaration here today, that's all?
No, the declaration that I have made today is what I understand to be true. Okay.
We'll take that as read.
Yeah.
16 to 17, okay?
So, yeah.
That's fine. Councillor Patterson? Stand up, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Could we just go back to the declaration? Oh, that's it there, right, okay. So I just want to make it clear to myself what this is. So this was a gift for a promotional video at a council pool in capacity as a councillor. So as a councillor promoting a council pool and receiving a benefit for it. Is that what we're talking about?
Is it the question?
Yeah.
So the answer to the question is, when I went to the counter to pay, it was said to me that I shouldn't pay because I had promoted them, and at the time the legislation was different to what it is today, and in order to avoid a scene with a number of people lining up behind me, I just let it go. That happened a number of times until the time that I believed that the amount had accumulated such that I was required to make a declaration, and then I made that declaration and updated it on my register of interests, which has brought light to what had occurred.
Okay.
I mean, each swimming lesson might have been $30, and so it didn't accumulate as a $1,500 gift. It accumulated as 3 swimming lessons worth $30 over a period of time, and then I calculated that in my brain. But at the time that occurred, the legislation wasn't what it is today, and when it's now captured under that new legislation, but I wasn't keeping records at that time because of what it was at the time.
I did talk to our acting city solicitor, and one remedy is to pay back the $1,500 and then there's no more conflict of interest on this item. Doesn't work? All right. Councillor Patterson.
Mr Mayor, I feel really uncomfortable about this one. It is an effort for many Gold Coast families to pay those $30 for their kids' swimming fees. And for it to be put off that, oh, it was just $30 and $30 and they wouldn't accept my money, I think Gold Coasters expect more from their councillors.
We'll enter into the debate in a minute.
Okay.
I know. So we don't have a motion yet. So, Councillor Gates, what's your motion?
Mr Mayor, it's very simple, that the public interest in this matter is better served by Councillor Tozer not participating in the decision.
And that's the same wording as the committee?
As at committee, Mr Mayor, yeah.
Who seconded it at the committee? Maybe Councillor Caldwell. All right, do you want to speak on that?
Well, Mr Mayor, it's a really uncomfortable place that we're all in today because of the lack of clarity. The original declarations made by Councillor Tozer simply indicated hospitality and services, and that was prior to the change in legislation. But the full declaration that I refer to, made on the 16th of August 2018, was after the introduction of the new legislation, which required us to be more specific. It actually requires us to give the correct details. And if it was 2017 to 18, then maybe I wouldn't be standing today. Maybe I wouldn't have to raise it. But the last declaration made by Councillor Tozer at committee last week had a different time frame of 2016 to 17, which brings into question, was it 2016, 17 and 18? Was it 2016, 17? Because Councillor Tozer didn't keep records, we don't actually know what we're dealing with, and I think it's incumbent upon us to show the utmost caution when a gift has been accepted in this manner and there's no clarity about the time frame or the cost. So it gives me no joy to move it, but I think it's in Councillor Tozer's best interests not to be in the room.
Okay. Speaking against the motion, Councillor Patterson, you want to speak further?
Mr Mayor, there's a matter of legislation and there's a matter of failing the pub test of what our ratepayers expect from us. And it's tough for all of us to do these things. And when people have councillors in this position, they expect that if there is a promotional video or something that we put on our page for ratepayers, that there is not a personal benefit to us. I think it really is certainly in the councillors, the full council, best interest if for this one that the council doesn't vote on the matter.
Okay. Councillor Gates, you want to close further?
Mr Mayor, is it too late for me to ask a question of the City Solicitor?
Is it going to change?
Oh, look, I'll ask it offline, Mr Mayor. It's fine, and I don't need to say any more.
Okay. Councillor's motion in front of you, pretty simple. All in favour of the motion, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lumsden, Councillor Lacastre, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Peter Young.
And could you record Councillor Tozer did not vote? Yes, thank you. We'll deal with this item. Councillor Owen Jones.
Mr Mayor, I think it has to be a division, so I think we all have to vote yes or no. Were we all recorded?
Yeah, we did vote yes, no. All yes, except Councillor and Councillor Peter Young's a no, and Councillor Tozer can't vote. So it will reflect that, and could please record that, that's all. Okay. Right, we'll make sure it's in the minutes. Right, we'll deal with this item, 6.5, I think, and move Councillor Vorster, second to Councillor Caldwell. Councillor Vorster, want to speak on that?
Mr Mayor, only to say that the community of Division 9 can rest assured that even when we manage complex issues like this as best as we can, their interests are collectively represented by this council. And I think we've arrived at a sensible position. It's a worthwhile endeavour, and it seems at least congruent with the media commentary on the subject. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone want to speak against the motion? I go to you to close. Councillor Vorster?
So close, thank you.
The debate's closed. The motion's in front of you, councillors. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry unanimous. So what's all that kerfuffle? Could you ask Councillor Tozer to return? Yeah. Okay, welcome back. For the record, we're now asking any other items you want to discuss separately. Councillor Vorster.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the L&C committee be adopted. Thank you.
Except for the, do you have to say except for those?
No, because I said the remaining items.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
So
that's
it's new wording, Mr Mayor, new wording.
Okay, that's
Thank
better. All right, seconder, Councillor Belden Lumsden. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry unanimous. Thank you, Director. Over the page, we now go to 11.4, Transport and Infrastructure, Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I move that the report of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 10th of May 2022, covered by recommendations 1 to 6, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. Which items do you want to go, councillors? Councillor Vorster.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. 8.1, for the purposes of making a Dcoi declaration.
Okay, we're going to 8.1.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Sorry, I'll just get it up on my screen. Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I rise to make a declarable conflict of interest declaration following a set of circumstances and facts that followed the committee meeting in which I originally moved the general business item. Mr Mayor, the nature of the declarable conflict of interest is as follows. My wife and I own a small investment unit in Palm Beach, not on the Gold Coast Highway, a suburb through which the fourth stage of the light rail is proposed to travel. While the project stands to affect a significant number of people in the local government area, and so may be considered an ordinary business matter pursuant to section 150EF2A of the Local Government Act 2009, very recent media commentary during the federal election campaign has heightened community interest in the future of the project and may now create a perception issue which some believe ought now be managed. As I said, I, together with my wife, own a small investment unit. My wife is also technically an electoral donor to me, although those electoral contributions were made from a joint bank account. Those donations were made on the 3rd through to the 20th of March 2020 in the amounts of $2,500, $500, $500 and $200. And of course, Mr Mayor, we were self-funded in large part at the earlier election. Mr Mayor, I'm seeking permission to participate in making a decision about the matter on the following basis. The proposed fourth stage of the light rail will affect a significant number of people within the local government area, just within the corridor, besides those who live along earlier stages. For that reason, my consistent approach has been that this project is an ordinary business item and requires no declaration. That said, very recent media commentary concerning the federal election may have created new perceptions which may need to be managed, and I do that voluntarily. The light rail is a multi-decade city-shaping project that demands intense interrogation to secure the best possible outcomes for current and future residents. The full participation of all councillors in the decision-making process ensures that any ratepayer investment is protected, I should say, and in keeping with the majority community, not committee view. The decision will also be informed by my insights as a long-term councillor and public transport advocate. I'm in your hands.
Okay. So, procedural motions there. Councillor Caldwell.
Just a question, Mr Mayor. Sorry, could Councillor Vorster just restate what that section was that he read in the early part of the declaration about what made it a general business, an ordinary business matter?
Yeah, 150EF2A of the Local Government Act, which I understand deals with an ordinary business matter exemption when a matter stands to affect a significant number of people in the local government area.
Councillor Tozer.
Look, I'm more than happy to move that Councillor Vorster should remain in the room and participate in debate on the grounds that the section 150 that he's referred to, there's clearly several 100,000 people that are likely to be impacted by the decisions that we make, and I think, as disclosed, Councillor Vorster's declaration doesn't put the public interest at risk in any way.
Yeah, and better served staying in a room.
I think you should stay in the room, Mr Mayor, absolutely. So, I don't know if the words might refer to the section of the Act that is relevant, and the acting city solicitor...
They're going for it at the moment.
Yeah.
You want to give them the section of the Act, Councillor Vorster? To the minute.
Yeah, so thanks, Mr Mayor. The advice that I received through the Office of the City Solicitor refers to section 150 EF 2A. Thank you.
And Joda's got to say that Council, does it say in there is to stay? Yeah, made to participate in the decision. Okay. Second to Councillor Peter Young. Anyone speak against? Councillors? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bartolomson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Right. Just a second.
Does everyone accept Councillor Vorster?
And then, yep. All right. Against, did I call that? But then no one. So if you can record what you read out there, that everybody voted for and Councillor Vorster did not vote. Yep. Therefore, the motion carried. Okay, now that's dealt with. We'll stay on this item. Then in the committee, looking at the notes, Councillor Vorster is still remaining move the motion, and Councillor Jones second the motion. I invite you to speak for the motion. Oh, is that a question, McDonald? For the motion? Okay, for the motion, Councillor Vorster.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, one of the obligations on the local government is that we must not only look to represent the views, the majority view of our community, but we must also keep in mind the interests of future residents in our city. So ours is a council that does not have the luxury of short-term thinking. We must represent the aspirations of our current community, but we must also look after the interests of the Gold Coasters that will come. Those two dynamics are held in tension, and I think it would be only a fool that could say that both could be perfectly reconciled. What we must do, however, is attempt to get the balance right. And Mr Mayor, I think what's abundantly clear is that the Gold Coast is a city that grows. It has never stopped growing, and it will continue to grow, and that brings change. Now, Mr Mayor, change is two things. Number one, it is confronting, and number two, it is inevitable. Now, while we can't stop change, we can do a lot of things to make it less confronting by being honest brokers with the community and setting out all of the facts before a decision has been made. Now, in this debate concerning the light rail, Mr Mayor, there has been extensive community consultation. Now, that community consultation might not have produced results that are in accordance with everybody's particular view, but it has made a best effort in capturing the collective aspirations and the collective concerns of the community that stands to have mass transit public transport for the very first time in their suburb, but also a city that for the first time can enjoy access to mass transit, public transport, to access services, jobs, education and other facilities on a transport network. So, Mr Mayor, what we've attempted to do as a local government, working with the state government, is to have an honest process, a transparent process, and one that has an eye to the future of the Gold Coast, to confront the change that population growth will come with. Unfortunately, in the lead up to the federal election, that good faith approach was thrown to the wolves. And we had a government representative, I think at very short notice, make strong comments that this project would not proceed in its current form. And Mr Mayor, that was very confronting. It was confronting to us as a committee. I'm sure it was confronting to large swathes of the community, and it was very confronting to the city officers who have been working with their state counterparts to deliver a project that will protect the lifestyle of Gold Coasters for decades to come. That injected turmoil into the debate, and I actually believe that it's done more harm than good, because it's jeopardised the approach that we've taken to date to deliver billions of dollars of transport infrastructure here on the Gold Coast. A good faith, good working relationship delivered stage 1, it delivered stage 2, and although it was a little bit more difficult, it delivered it in stage 3. That good faith approach was put at risk with stage 4. The purpose of this general business item, Mr Mayor, was to send a signal to the community, to send a signal to the state government, who will put a lot of money on the table, and to send a signal to other decision makers in the political sphere that as a council, a group of independent, free-thinking people, we honestly believe that this project and this form of the project is in keeping with the city's interests. The project in its current form has our support, and it should have the support of those who write cheques. What we wanted to do, Mr Mayor, is to also draw the community's attention and the federal government's attention to the fact that there were no surprises in the form of the project that we've arrived at. We've had a city transport plan that was endorsed in 2013, awarded, lauded, subject to intense community consultation, which set us down this path. We've had various iterations, amendments, updates to that plan, and we ourselves have consulted with our communities. And what we wanted to demonstrate is that you didn't have to take a reactionary view to the project, you could take an evidence-based approach to this project and the consultation to date and find your way rationally and dispassionately to supporting it. And when you do that, Mr Mayor, you're supporting infrastructure investment into the Gold Coast. And when you support infrastructure investment in the Gold Coast, you're ensuring that people will be able to move about and enjoy that the best that the city has to offer without being stuck in traffic in 10 years, in 20 years and 30 years, Mr Mayor. I'd appreciate the council's support, and I know you have strong views, Mr Mayor. I think we need to make sure that this project keeps on rolling. Thank you.
Okay. I've got to go to speaking against the project. Councillor McDonnell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Certainly our growing city brings a change, as it's been mentioned, but it has to be good change. And there's been extensive community consultation, not only by the state government, but certainly by our federal representative, who her consultation showed that the surveys indicated differently to what was undertaken by the state government. Mr Mayor, I'd just like to ask, with the public consultation that was undertaken and concluded on the 17th of September 2021, has Council received a report on that particular consultation that was undertaken by the state government?
Just a quick yes.
Through you, Mr Mayor, no, we haven't received a report as such. We've received the results.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I understand that the survey that was undertaken was a survey that was undertaken after the 17th of September, when the public consultation had concluded, and the first I knew about it was when I started receiving phone calls from my residents who had been rung by a market research agency conducting this survey, and I understand that the survey was approximately 1,005 people. So, Mr Mayor, I cannot support this today, and there's other questions that I'd like to put forward when you put your further resolution up. And I'd ask councillors to think very seriously about any further involvement in the light rail stage 4 through Palm Beach.
Okay. I'll go to Councillor Taylor, speaking for, I assume. Okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I just want to reinforce Councillor Vorst's comment about what our roles are, and sometimes it is very challenging. We're dealing with the local community now, but we do need to be understanding what it's going to be like for our future residents. And I can talk in relation to Surfers Paradise through to my particular division, where some 10 years ago decisions were made to route the current light rail through our particular division. And if that decision wasn't made, we would have many residents now that wouldn't have access to universities, wouldn't have access to the hospitals. And our residents now need access to the southern part of the Gold Coast. We're a high density area, we're growing as a city. As a long-term person that's lived here 40, 50 years, no, we're not the country town we used to be, and we have to be thinking for the rest of our residents for the future moving forward. So really, it's really important that as much as there's hard decisions to be made in relation to the routes, and there's challenging times for people around these particular areas, we need to ensure that we have our public transport up to the levels we need to as this city grows. We know that some of these areas, it's hard times, as I mentioned before, but I really encourage our other councillors to support this project, and we make sure we get it finished sooner than later. It's going to be a really good project for the future of this city, and yeah, I encourage all my councillors to support.
Okay, speaking against the motion. Question, all right. Question, Councillor Gates.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Just through you to the Director, do we know how the state consultation was conducted, whether how they did that, or whether they did market through a market research company, or anyone could have authorised a research project through market research?
Through you, Mr Mayor, there's two components to the consultation. There was some face-to-face consultation occurring throughout that middle part of the city, predominantly around the Palm Beach area, shopping centres and the like, and we had some of our staff contribute to that, go along and be part of the dialogue with the community. And then there was a telephone-style survey as well. So to try and capture that, as has been referred to today, the impact of the light rail project isn't just confined to that particular corridor. It is, in fact, a whole-of-city interest.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'm grateful for that advice, because I would hate to think that we were making a decision based on 1,000 people phone interview, and clearly that's not the case.
Okay. I just got a follow-up question to Director then, is with stage 3, all 3 tiers of government sign off on it and the project's going ahead, so it's supportive on all 3 tiers. Now, that's starting, and by 2025 it will be completed, right? So we're forward planning. Now, as the project is backed by all 3 tiers of government the way it is now, and the contract's let, when it stops at Burleigh Heads, what I'm asking there is the available option that's left on the table, because we've signed off, left on the table from the extension from Burleigh Heads to the airport in Coolangatta, because the commentary is that federal government is supportive that we go into Coolangatta and the airport. And I'll quote Member McPherson is, well, it's up to the state to decide what route. She's not nominating the route. So So the conversation is the light rail goes to the airport and Coolangatta. So what I'm asking you is, what options left? Do we do a big, if we want to go back to option one, which is going around to the M1, do we do a big U-turn over Tarabudra Creek, or what option? So you can see what I mean, we're locked in. So what is the available option? By the virtue that have all signed off to Burleigh Heads right now, all 5 options, some of them would have to be off the table because otherwise you're going to be ripping up tracks, and I can't see any tiers of government wanting to do that.
Thank you for the question, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor and councillors, as you would appreciate, with a project of this size and scope, there's been considerable work undertaken by all levels of government, particularly led by the state government, as they take the lead in this project. The corridor option to go down the coastal route has been assessed as the best option. They did earlier in the process of establishing not just the need, but the potential route options which such a project could undertake. They did look at a variety of options, including, as you suggest there, Mr Mayor, going to a western option, and those options were not supported. They weren't supported on the basis that the coastal route not only is, I guess, the most efficient and effective by heading down through the main part of the city directly to the airport, but it also takes people to where they want to go. So there's a number of attractors and generators along that route with an eye to making that the most successful, potentially, route for the spine of public transport moving ahead for the city. As you know, Mr Mayor, the transport strategy also talks about that spine being added to on time, and there's a current project that we are working with the state government on east-west connectivity, which can evolve in the future. But very clearly, the enormous amount of work that was undertaken through the strategic assessment of service requirements is the particular study that was done, which was then put before the state government for further consideration, absolutely recommended that coastal route as being the best route.
Okay, so speaking against the motion, question, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My question is, through you to the Director, the state government were to present a report by the end of December 2021 in relation to the heavy rail from Varsity to Coolangatta. Do you know if that report has been done? And also, for councillors' information, the M1 to the Gold Coast Highway is just on a kilometre in distance.
Just a yes or no. Heavy rail.
No.
Okay. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'll be speaking for the motion. A lot has been said and a lot has been written, especially in the last couple of weeks, about Stage 4. Stage 4 goes through my area as well. Most of the talk and most have been written about Palm Beach, and I do understand the concerns when you're talking about taking away a lane of traffic. But when I ran for council in 2016, it was all over my electoral material, and again in 2020, that I supported the light rail Stage 4. And before 2016, Mr Mayor, you might remember that it was only Stage 4 was only muted to go to the Gold Coast Airport, and I was very pleased to see in 2016 that changed to include Coolangatta. And of course, we are getting a lot of development in my area, in Division 14, especially in the Coolangatta, Kirra, Rainbow Bay, Balinga areas, and we all want to be connected. When the concept plan came out, of course, there's been some concerns about the alignment of Stage 4, especially through Division 14. And talking to a lot of my residents, they actually weren't concerned about, they're actually pleased that we're having light rail. They're more concerned about working with DTMR to make sure that we get the alignment right, that we get the stations right, the access on and off the Gold Coast Highway right. So that's what I'll be working with my residents about, Mr Mayor, because I think we need to be connected. And I can tell you there was an accident on the M1 a couple of weeks ago, and I spent an hour and a half on the Gold Coast Highway going up to Broadbeach to have lunch, I would have gladly hopped on a light rail from Kirra to Broadbeach.
Yeah. We'll explore that conversation in other business today.
Yeah, and there's also been a resolution put through to council that Transport and Infrastructure work with DTMR about some of the points that the residents have brought up, and I've brought up, and Councillor McDonald has brought up about stage 4. Okay. Thank you.
Speaking against, Councillor Castro.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, look, I'll be pretty brief. I don't want to go over old ground that I've been spouting on about for Lord knows how many years with light rail.
25.
Fortunately, light rail wasn't actually mooted 25 years ago, but it has been on the agenda for a long time. Mr Mayor, just as a matter of consistency for me, I can't support it. I've never supported the light rail model. I've gone to every election making it quite clear I don't support light rail. So everyone knows where I stand on that. So it would be hypocritical of me to actually support this motion. I'm very, very supportive of public transport. I'm just not supportive of the light rail model for a whole host of reasons, which I'm not going to bore you with yet again because I've done that over many years. Just in favour of a different system. We need to be connected. No, I'm in danger of getting my soapbox and saying all the things that I've said before, so I won't. But I won't be supporting it, and I'll.
That's what democracy is about.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right. For the motion, Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I think the most important message out of this is ensuring our lifestyle, ensuring the lifestyle that we all very comfortably live now, and ensuring that lifestyle going forward for future residents of the city, future generations of our own families, and how everyone moves around our city. It requires those tough decisions, and those tough decisions happen in this room. We are not designing a travel transport mode to just benefit one part of the city. This is a whole of city benefit. We're not just looking at particular residents, and it has been said here today, as in Palm Beach, being burdened or benefited going forward. What we're talking about is a transport network for the whole of our city, for the people in the northern part of the city to be able to access the southern part of the city and not have to get into a vehicle and not have to look for parking and not have to go out of their way. But we're also looking at Palm Beach residents being able to access other parts of the city, to be able to go to the Broadwater Parklands and enjoy your Christmas carols, to be able to go to Surfers Paradise and enjoy the recreational benefits of Surfers Paradise, to be able to come to Burleigh and to enjoy our beaches and to enjoy our restaurants and to enjoy what the city has to offer. So it's not one single suburb being benefited or burdened. It is about every area on the city being connected, and if we looked at an alternative route going down Reedy Creek Road, then we rule out having heavy rail. So we're going to have a light rail corridor that will travel from north and south through to the south. Eventually, all being well, we'll have a heavy rail going down our M1, and we will have the rungs of the ladder being our east-west connections with our electric buses, with our rapid transport, with whatever other options present themselves with technology and that going forward. But it's an incumbent upon the rest of the city, on the people in this room, to ensure that our transport strategy, which is designed, voted on and supported by the city to give us a connected corridor from north to south, connecting our universities, our hospitals, our airport for national and international flights going through, and leaving our M1 corridor for the heavy rail and the eventual connection through to the airport and through to the border as well. But I think it's incumbent upon everyone to remember it's not a single project for a single suburb, but it's ensuring the lifestyle that I myself have enjoyed for 55 years here on the Gold Coast, and I hope future generations of my family and everybody else in this room get to enjoy what we love about the Gold Coast and why we work as hard as we do to ensure that going forward.
Yeah. Anyone speak against the motion? I'll go to Councillor Vorster to close.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I just want to thank Councillor Pauline Young for making such a strong contribution today. Councillor Pauline Young's a long-standing member of the Gold Coast, is connected with that part of the Gold Coast, but I know also has an eye on the needs for the future of Palm Beach, Burleigh and so on. Mr Mayor, I think what really concerned me when the debate changed a few weeks ago is that we had a comment put through the media on the back of an email which seemed to suggest that there were other alternative routes. The reality is, and we've heard it again today, there are no alternative routes. Unless you want to spend an extra $1 billion and create a system where there are fewer people living, working, studying or shopping on it. Right? So there is only one option, and that is to take it down the highway. So by introducing confusion into the debate, it no longer becomes a choice about routes, of which there aren't any others, but it's actually a choice between whether the project proceeds or not. So for me, when I have the ability or the opportunity or the platform, whatever you want to call it, to support the Gold Coast Highway route, what I'm actually doing is supporting the fourth stage of the light rail. In the absence of political support around this route, we risk not having the project continue. And I couldn't think of anything more embarrassing, to be honest, than a light rail system which ends at Burleigh, gets converted into a bus system where the buses are competing with cars to try and get to the airport to pick up visitors and locals. That multiple interchange thing, I couldn't think of anything more embarrassing for a city that aspires to be absolutely world class. Now, Mr Mayor, what this motion seeks to do is to back the fourth stage of the light rail down the Gold Coast Highway. And I'm not going to steal your thunder later on, Mr Mayor, but it doesn't mean to say that as a council, we don't think that there could be a better approach to the way the light rail is actually delivered along its fourth stage. For example, this council has already resolved that the stations on this fourth leg shouldn't be a cookie-cutter copy-paste job down the highway, but should be designed to be sympathetic to the character of the neighbourhoods through which we go. We don't need to have yellow and orange awnings through Palm Beach. We could be creative. Nothing says that the stations through Palm Beach or Kira or Coolangatta or at the airport need to be generic. They could be bespoke. They could properly integrate into the public realm. They could be an asset to the character of these areas. Mr Mayor, we've already flagged that we believe that the stations could be safer than the stations that have been delivered elsewhere in the city by adhering to the highest SEPTED standards. And, Mr Mayor, I think this is so critical. As a council, we've already resolved that we do not support the so-called Burleigh tram tax, which makes it more expensive to travel from the Burleigh Head station to North Burleigh than North Burleigh to Helensvale. There are so many ways that we can make the next stage of the light rail better. Better. We know what needs to be done. But one thing we do know is that none of that can happen unless we actually have a project. And the only way to achieve a project is with political support behind the only route that we can actually deliver, and that is down the highway. So, Mr Mayor, perhaps in some alternate universe, there may have been other options available to us. I'm personally satisfied that those options do not exist, and that the only way to protect our lifestyle and ensure our lifestyle is to make sure that we have a mass transit system that allows people to move about the city without battling increasing numbers of vehicles down the Gold Coast Highway. And I just want to make this final comment in closing. The cost of registering a vehicle in Queensland, a passenger vehicle, is approaching $1,000 a year. It's growing at 2.5% annually. There will be people who will be forced to make the choice about not owning a passenger vehicle to get around. We owe it to them to give them an affordable, reliable, frequent and safe way of getting to work, school or to their employment. What we can't afford to do is to do nothing, and doing nothing is not supporting Stage 4 down the Gold Coast Highway. Thank you.
All right, the debate's closed, councillors. We'll have more discussion on more detail later in the day. So there is a couple of things I really wanted to raise at the next bit, so I won't do it now. Councillors, divisions call. All, Joe, you ready? Yeah. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bartley-Lumsden, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young and Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Do I get two votes for friend bodies?
Councillor Castro and Councillor McDonald.
Right. Motion carried, super duper majority.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. My vote will need to be recorded.
Yeah, could you please record Councillor Vorster voted in the positive? All right. Any other items? Councillor Vorster? Oh, so you? Yeah. Oh, sorry.
That's me.
You distracted me. Sorry.
That's all right, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I move that the remaining recommendations of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor, you there? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillors, lunch is served, so we'll come back for planning because we get more brain food. And so half an hour, everyone, thereabouts. So what do you say? I'll make it 1 o'clock. We good? 40 minutes. Okay, councillors, we're going to 11.5, Planning and Environment. Councillor Colwell.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the report of the Planning and Environment Committee meeting held on Thursday, 12 May 2022, covered by recommendations 1 to 8, be received.
A second, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Looks like we'll be going down one item at a time here. So, Councillor Gates, what's your first one?
Mr Mayor, it's items 6.2, 6.4, 6.5 and 6.6. Thank you. But fortunately, all the declarations have been made at committee, so I shouldn't waste too much of your time.
All right. Do you think I should go to 6.1 first, Councillor Colwell, and then do that and just...
Well, I think 6.1 can probably just get bundled at the end unless there's someone else wanting to deal with it, so we could move to 6.2 for Councillor Gates's declaration.
Councillor Gates?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. At committee, I made the declaration that's on the screen.
Okay, it's on the screen. There it is.
Sorry, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Vorster?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I just want to bring the meeting's attention to the fact that my wife is employed at Bond University, who own a few developable parcels within the RCPA, which is the subject area of the report. In my personal opinion, and consistent with the approach that I've taken, issues concerning the RCPA are ordinary business matters because they affect a significant number of people in the local government area. I brought this to the meeting's attention at planning, and I'm doing so again today in case any councillor wished to raise a procedural matter. Thank you. And sorry, Mr Mayor, the reason why I'm bringing that to everyone's attention is it will impact my ability to participate.
Yeah, I get it.
Thank you.
All good. Anyone wanting to move anything, do anything? Back to Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I made this declaration at committee, and it was in relation to receipt of a donation on the 6th of the 9th 16 of $1,250 from Rabina Projects, who are not actually named but are associated with this major planning discussion, Mr Mayor. So I seek to stay in the room and participate.
Okay, who moved the procedural motion back? And Councillor Colwell.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I did.
On the screen. Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. Anyone wish to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barlamston, Councillor Castro, Councillor Taser, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Worcester, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Councillor Gates did not vote. You got that already. So we'll deal with 6.2.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Well, Councillor Vorster moved it at committee, so I'm sorry.
Councillor Vorster, move. Seconder. Councillor Caldwell. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry. Okay.
Do we have to indicate I voted in the
Yeah,
positive?
you voted positive.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Yeah. 6.3. Councillor Gates?
Nothing.
Oh, okay. Anyone want to talk about 6.3 or leave it to bundle with 6.1? Good. 6.4.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. This one relates to a declaration about the town planning consultant for a delegated decision which was made during our recent community and other civic duties period. So the decision's been made, but I declare that I received those donations from 2014 to 16, and I'm seeking to remain in the room and vote on the matter.
Procedural motion. Who voted in the committee? Councillor Caldwell. Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. Anyone wish to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Jones, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barlamston, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Worcester, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Councillor Gates did not vote. We'll deal with 6.4 then.
Happy to move the committee recommendation, Mr Mayor.
Move. Seconder. Councillor Patterson. Anyone wish to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry unanimous. Councillor Gates. That's a positive for Councillor Gates. Next item.
Mr Mayor, 6.5.
If you
So
wish.
if we go to 6.6,
Okay.
if that's okay.
Yep.
I would like to advise the committee that I accepted a donation from Rabina Projects. In 2016, it was $1,250. This report also didn't identify Rabina Projects, but it was about Rabina, the Rabina Corporation. So I make the declaration in full disclosure and I seek to remain in the room.
Okay, same again, councillors. Procedural motion, move Councillor Corwell, seconder, Councillor Peter Young, to remain in the room. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Jones, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bartlumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Worcester, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Did not vote, Councillor Gates. So we'll deal with this item now. Councillor Caldwell, do you want to... who do you think should move it?
Maybe Councillor Vorster might like to put forward some thoughts
Okay.
and then...
All right. Councillor Vorster.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a proposed change recommendation, which I've provided to our Minutes Secretary, and if I have a seconder, happy to talk to it.
Okay. Do we have a seconder?
I just need to read what the first paragraph says.
All right.
But otherwise, yes,
let me check with the
if it's what's in yellow.
Have you caught up with all the procedural motion and all that?
No.
We good?
I'm not sure.
We'll see. It's moved by Councillor Vorster.
No, it's not that.
Not that one?
It's that one. Yep.
Any seconder anywhere? Oh.
I'm interested to hear what the thought process is behind this approach. So,
Okay, can you give us a real executive summary so that you may convince someone to second it, and once we get to that, then you can speak on it further. Is that okay?
Sure. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Here's the dot points. We've been presented with a great-looking development, one that I believe would be much welcomed by the community at Main Beach, for example. The fact of the matter is, though, the way that this development application is to be assessed is not under the city plan. It has to be assessed under a separate planning instrument. Mr Mayor, the applicable planning instrument, which is a plan of development under the Rabina legislation, was just 2 months old, at the time that this development application was lodged. And our 2-month-old planning instrument has in it, in black and white, that there is to be a 8-storey maximum height limit. So we're not dealing with an outdated incarnation of Rabina's planning framework. We're dealing with a very, very recent, very new carve-out that provides for a maximum 8-storey height. Now, Council has the ability to consider a greater height than 8 stories, but it's not a test that you have under the city plan in order to justify added height. It actually requires council, in consultation with the developer, Rabina Land Corporation, or the referral in the legislation, to justify that the provisions which govern the height limit are to be dispensed with or modified. And Mr Mayor, I don't think we can legitimately countenance that, given that the applicable planning instrument was just 2 months old at the time that the development application was lodged. Usually, when we receive development applications that exceed the height limit, at most a developer might seek to push the limit and secure a 50% uplift. This is nearly a 100% uplift on a planning instrument that is only 2 months old. And for me, while I like the look of the development, I think a decision to support it would actually be completely indefensible by the council. And my firmly held view is it would prompt others to look at pursuing development without regard to height outside the centre zone. I think it's very fraught, and if this was some landmark city-shaping, city-building, spectacular development that we needed to have in order to support housing supply or the economy, perhaps it could be justified. But we're merely talking about 200 plus units at the train station. And for me, that's not a justifiable reason to trash a planning instrument that was only 2 months old at the time the development application was lodged. That's my dot point.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor Peter Young. You want to speak on the motion?
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, in all fairness to the applicant, they've presented a beautiful development that offers resort-style living with only about a 16% site coverage. Anywhere else in the city, I think a development of this scale and stature would be warmly received. In fact, for me, that would have been a preferred outcome at Varsity Lakes rather than what we ended up with on Main Street. But, Mr Mayor, the planning rules elsewhere in the city do not apply to Robina. We've got very specific legislation that includes an 8-storey limit and legislation that provides a very high bar when overcoming that 8-storey limit. And I don't believe that what has been presented is at the scale, stature or landmark status to justify council dispensing with provisions of a new planning instrument. It would be like council endorsing amendment package 2 and 3 and then 2 months later accepting a development application that ignores heights completely. We wouldn't countenance that approach anywhere else in the city. And here we've actually got legislation, not even a planning scheme, that talks to 8 stories, and we're being asked to countenance that here at Robina. Mr Mayor, and I'm not saying this to trigger Councillor Patterson, but one of the realities of the urban Robina that's emerging is that we have commercial development, we've got retail development at street frontage, and we're seeking to have people milling about our CBD, frequenting the sorts of businesses that can't live happily in a shopping centre. And while it may be tempting to look at this development and say, wow, the setbacks are brilliant, what those setbacks actually do is they separate people moving from high-frequency public transport from the future Green Heart and the stadium. We're separating people from an area which should support commerce, should support a nighttime economy, and should, quite frankly, support transit-orientated development. What should unfold in the site was a question that Councillor Peter Young put to me at committee, and I'd merely respond today at full council by saying this. What should unfold at the site is development that's consistent with the newly minted planning instrument. That's what should unfold. And what should that development look like? I think that site, that landmark site, demands good street activation, and it deserves to be complementary to the rest of the precinct, which includes the Rocket, the TAFE and the Elsian Business Park. And what we need is a vibrant corridor that takes us through Stadium Village, ultimately to Robina City Parklands and the Green Heart. And if we separate people from this land and we create a barrier between them and the train station, then we're actually going to end up with a much poorer urban experience, which is something that we need to protect in a greenfield CBD area where we've got an opportunity, a rare opportunity, to get the human and built environment kind of trade-off just nailed. Mr Mayor, just in closing my opening remarks, I don't oppose density at the site. Density makes sense because it gives us the opportunity to put more people living close to public transport and would put less of a burden on the rest of our road network. My refusal here is not about density. It's not about the number of locals who will ultimately live on the site. In fact, I supported an increase from about 176 to 222 units on the site to support density. So I'm not arguing against development. I'm not arguing against density. I'm not arguing against affordable housing. What I'm merely saying is that in order for us to look our community with clear eyes, right, our development decisions need to be defensible. And I think they're not defensible when we're prepared to trash a planning instrument that was only 2 months old at the time the application was lodged. I feel terribly for the applicant, but I feel firmer in the view that the community demands and has a right to know that we are assessing development applications in accordance with our planning instruments. Otherwise, I actually don't know what the point of a city plan is, and I don't know what the point of the Robina Act is. Thank you.
Speaking against the motion, Councillor Forster to close.
Close. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right, councillors. This motion is to refuse the application. So I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Right, motion carried. That is a refusal. And any conflict of declaration on this one? No? Okay. Yeah, so please record. How did you vote again? I voted against. Again? Yeah, can you record that, please? All right. We'll go to the next one where you can declare and then leave the room.
Mr Mayor, it relates to 2 donations which present for me a prohibition on me in the room. So I have a prescribed interest due to a donation from the applicant and the applicant Kevin Seymour and the lead consultant Brian Gassman. So I will leave the room and not participate in any way.
Okay.
Could I just ask, did we have to do a division on that last one, seeing as we overturned something?
No, Mr Mayor, you do a division on the conflict itself, but
Okay.
not the resolution.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Okay. Councillor Caldwell.
I'm happy to move the committee recommendation, Mr Mayor.
Seconder. Councillor Owen Jones. Anyone speak against the motion? Councillor Caldwell to close. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Could you please record Councillor Hamill in a negative? We need to recall. Thank you. Okay, councillors, any items to deal separately? Councillor Peter Young.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move the recommendation of 6.1, item 6.1,
okay,
which is the native vegetation mapping report.
Okay, 6.1, so moved. Seconder, Councillor Owen Jones. You want to speak further on that?
Only very briefly, Mr Mayor, because this is good news and I think we should be proud of the role of the local government in the last decade or more in seeking this outcome, which this is a report, just for those who may be observing, a report that deals with the native vegetation mapping as per 2019, and the good news is that we've achieved almost 52% of the natural vegetation cover of the city, which is a long-held aspiration, and I believe that in a city of this nature with such a dynamic and ongoing growth that we experience, to have established this as a target and to have almost achieved it at this point in time. I mean, we're not there yet because development will continue, but in a highly urbanised city, probably growing at twice the rate of any other urban area in the whole nation, we've got a fantastic outcome in that our natural vegetation is being wonderfully managed, and this report identifies a series of tools that are available to us and that are being implemented. We're very much benefited by the fact that our ratepayers contribute to these activities, and we've got some fantastic staff on board. I want to acknowledge them and thank councillors for their support in pursuing these outcomes.
Anyone wish to speak against? Yeah, any? And Councillor Peter Young to close.
Nothing more.
You're closed. Okay. All those people wanting the greenest council in all the land in favour? Some say. Against?
Councillor.
Unanimous. Do you need a...
Well, Councillor McDonald called it. Up to you, Mr Mayor.
Oh, okay, division?
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bell-Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Unanimous. Some say it's unanimous. All right, any other items, councillors? Councillor Caldwell.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the Planning and Environment Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Thank you, Director. We now go to Waterways and Energy. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I move that the report of the Waterways and Energy Committee meeting held on Thursday, 12th of May 2022, covered by recommendations 1 to 7, be received.
Second, Councillor Hamill. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Any other items? Deal separately. Councillor Owen Jones.
6.1, Mr Mayor.
6.1, we're going to Councillor Owen Jones.
Just to thank the officers. Happy to move it if I've got a second, Mr Mayor.
Second, Councillor Bowden-Lumsden.
Thank you. Just to thank the officers for the work that they've done on this. It's been a difficult time for people in the north of the city with green waste because the Helensvale Waste Recycle Centres being able to receive green waste was stopped at the start of the COVID and never reopened, and we would have been able to get on with being able to use a portion potentially of the Suntown site for a green waste pad if it hadn't have been for COVID, and COVID's delayed the relocation of the GC 500 equipment that's been on site for the last 2 years, and I think that everybody will appreciate being able to have access to a green waste pad that doesn't require them to travel north over the Coomera River via inevitably the M1. So I think that it's a good outcome, and I'm definitely looking forward to the city advancing those plans for solar generation on the site as well. I think it's definitely a good thing for the city to be in this space, Mr Mayor.
Speaking against the motion, go to Councillor Owen Jones to closed.
I don't think I have anything more to say, Mr Mayor, than I might just help Councillor...
No, I'm against.
I'm just going to help Councillor Balen out in regards to the one amendment that was made at committee by Councillor Balen-Lumsden, who spoke quite passionately and for quite a long period of time in regards to this topic, and it was the McHatcher Junior Raceway and the importance of that to the city, and the fact that they've long established there, and I think that there was definitely support from the committee and hopefully the council today for the continued occupation of that portion of the site by what is really quite an important junior sporting group, Mr Mayor, and I think that if we support it today, we definitely make sure that Councillor Critchlow won't come out of retirement to tell us all off.
The debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry unanimous. Next item. Anyone? Right? No other item? Back to Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations of the Waterways and Energy Committee be adopted.
Second, Councillor Hamill. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Government Administration Finance, Councillor Owen Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move to report the Government Administration Finance Committee meeting held on Wednesday the 18th of May 2022, covered by recommendations 1 to 6 be received.
Second, Councillor Patterson. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Any item deal separately, Councillor Peter Young?
I request that item 6.1 be dealt with separately. I'd like to make a declarable conflict of interest, Mr Mayor.
Okay, we go to 6.1 right away. On the screen, Councillor Peter Young.
Mr Mayor, my conflict should be there before you, but I've incorrectly identified within this that the group concerned, which is the Narang Community Association, I said that they'd sought a discretionary grant, but in fact it's a community facility grant,
Okay, we'll amend it then.
Thank you.
Community facility grants, yep.
So councillors might recall this. I've made a previous declaration in regard to the same matter. This is seeking further additional money for the same project. My conflict is that I'm a personal friend of 3 members of the committee of the Marine Community Association, and I've named them. They're Mr Derek Ogden, who's the president, Mrs Lynn Ogden, who's the secretary, and Mr Peter Cardona, who's a member of the committee. And that the association has sought a further Division 5 community facility grant to progress the construction of a public restroom facility adjacent to their leased premises known as Priest House in Bischoff Park. The entire cost has risen dramatically through COVID and all the circumstances that we're aware of and the delays. This restroom will be a public facility, and the NCA itself is contributing $25,000 to the project. I'm seeking Council's consent to participate in debate on the matter despite this conflict, because the public benefit here is of greater importance than any personal benefit that might derive to the committee members or any members of the Marine Community Association.
Procedure motion. Anyone want to move procedure motion? Councillor Gates.
Decision despite the councillor's conflict of interest because of the broader significance of the amenities, and given that they'll be publicly accessible and not for the exclusive benefit of the association or the named parties.
Okay. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Councillor, does anyone speak against the motion? You want to amend? You want to change anything on the screen there, Councillor Gates? You're happy with it? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barton-Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill.
All right, do you want to move the... did I ask for against? Against, could you record? Yep. Okay. Move recommendation, seconder. Councillor Owen Jones, you want to speak further, Councillor Peter Young?
Just very briefly, the association has 2 buildings in the park, and this building is used as a display of Aboriginal photographs of Indigenous people from about a century or so ago, and it is quite fascinating. And in an adjacent building they have a historical museum. They provide an tourist information service to the public, and they are constantly being approached by members of the public, elderly people in particular, because the existing toilets in the park are very, very often blocked, unfortunately, through vandalism, and we can't do much about that. We've installed CCTV, but that antisocial behaviour continues, and that's quite confronting to old people that visit the park. And so this facility will provide a great public benefit, and the application has been managed by officers who've engaged with community groups, and I've always declared my conflict to them and made it very apparent. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Tozer, is that against the motion?
No, just the correction of the committee recommendation. I didn't move it. Councillor Young moved it, I believe. I don't think I...
Yeah, no, you're right. Because Councillor Peter Young, second to Councillor Tozer. Thank you for that.
No, sorry, Mr Mayor. I think it was seconded by Councillor Owen Jones. That's correct. I didn't move it or second it. I'm supportive of it, but I just...
Okay. You get that, Joe? Okay. Anyone speak against the motion? Councillor Peter Young, you want to close? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Any other items, councillors? Councillor Owen Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the remaining recommendations of the Governance Administration Finance Committee be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Patterson. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carried, unanimous. We go now to, thank you, Director. We now go to Eco and Tourism and Events. Councillor Castro.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the report of the Economy, Tourism and Events Committee meeting, which was held on Wednesday the 18th of May 2022 and covered by recommendations 1 to 2 be received.
Second, Councillor Tozer. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items you want to deal separately? Councillor Patterson.
6.1. Mr Mayor.
Okay, we'll go straight to 6.1.
So just wanted to support the committee's recommendation here for the Health and Knowledge Precinct update. Do I need to...
Sorry.
Pick it up?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, just before we get to that on 6.1, I've previously brought the meeting's attention to the fact that a close personal friend of mine, Kyle Shapland, is employed by a business that has a presence in the Health and Knowledge Precinct. He doesn't actually work in the precinct or live in the city, but at the time he was acting in a semi-management position. This is when I had made an earlier declaration, and is no longer in that position. I'm just bringing that to the committee's attention in case they feel as though I may have a personal interest to manage. I do so, Mr Mayor, because this was a presentation at a committee that I did not attend, and I'm not sure what the content and discussion was. So I'm, out of an abundance of caution, just bringing that to the committee's
Councillor
attention.
Castro.
Mr Mayor, just for clarification, it was purely just an update on, in fact, all we needed to do was note the report. There was nothing that would...
But it's good that you brought it out. All right.
Instigator,
I go back to Councillor Patterson. Move that seconder.
Second.
Councillor Tozer. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the great work of Professor Mario Pinto. It was a most positive presentation. This required a lot of creativity and future thinking when this site was first created, and there's no doubt that we are becoming a world-leading centre in medical research and medical technology research because of the work that's happening there. So it's a fantastic thing for our whole city, and certainly there in Southport, connecting our universities and our hospitals.
Anyone speak against? No? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Any other items? Councillor Castro?
Yeah, actually, Mr Mayor, there's nothing else to move. So,
okay.
Yes. So,
just checking.
So we have to, I don't think we have to move the minute.
It's done.
No.
There's nothing else there to...
We do?
Yeah.
No.
Well done.
Maybe you have to adopt the minutes.
No?
There were two recommendations, Mr Mayor. One was, I know it seems very cursory, but my understanding is the minutes of the previous meeting have to be adopted in the committee. So that there was one remaining item, and that's the minutes. And I appreciate it's not very important, but...
If Councillor Castro can do the normal process, I think we'll...
Okay, back to you, Bob.
All right. Okay. I move the remaining item be adopted, Mr Mayor.
Second to anyone? Second. Councillor Tozer. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. There's definitely nothing left now. Consideration of notice to motion. Nil? Nil. Question on notice. Nil. Presentation of petition. Councillor Pauline Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm in receipt of a petition requesting Council to reject proposed heights presented as part of the neighbourhood framework process, be received and referred to the Planning and Environment Directorate to deal with, and to respond to as part of the next Planning and Environment Committee report, which will be discussing the feedback received regarding the neighbourhood framework following the tailored engagement period, which actually ended on April 24th, 2022.
Okay, seconder. Councillor O'Neill. All right, we're good. Put motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. No, there's no other presentation? Petition, I mean. Right. General business is nil. Now we go to other business. 16.1 on the screen when you're ready. I move in keeping with previous council resolution, council reaffirms its commitment to the Light Rail Stage 4 project to Coolangatta via the airport and Gold Coast Highway, supporting a design outcome and maximises traffic lanes. That's the key, maximising a traffic lane on the Gold Coast Highway, particularly through Palm Beach. So I throw that in. 2, that $7.5 million be made available in the forward provision of 2023-24 and 24-25. So not this year, but the next, because we've got a few dollars this year that we can keep it rolling a little bit, to contribute to the detailed business case development for Stage 4 in the light rail in equal share with the state government, with a view to completion of the business case and any other preparatory works and processes that would allow for earliest possible start of construction of this next stage for the light rail project. Excuse me. Second to anyone? Councillor Owen Jones. Councillors, I just reflect on how we handled Stage 3, and even though there's some time delayed on commencement of Stage 3, it wasn't in our part to keep it going. And what I mean by that is that we funded the business case for light rail Stage 3 in joint funding with the state government. It was $5 million each. And then I thought, well, if we can go down the same process where the state government decides to move quicker on the detailed business case, then I'd like to move this motion so it reflects in our budget, so that in advocacy I can take it straight to Minister of Transport to go, we're ready to go, money on the table. The estimate is going to be around $15 million, and it's a joint funding scenario. One could say, oh, why didn't you put the federal government into it, into the $15 million? Because you do the case.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Mayor.
What's happened?
I'm so sorry. I'd confused myself because prior to the meeting we had a list of potential conflicts of interest that were circulated to all councillors, and the conflict of interest declaration that I made with respect to the light rail in the Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting on that list that was circulated to us put both the light rail matter and this other business matter on the same line. So mentally walking into the room, I'd formed the view that the one declaration would deal with both items, but I worry that that's not the case. So I just thought I'd interrupt the meeting and make an identical declaration in this moment.
Okay.
And I apologise to the...
it's okay. It's easy to do. All right. Councillor Tozer?
Are you okay if I've moved the same
I
declaration
think
as
so.
last time?
I mean, happy to pause that. Stop the clock. Stop the clock. I still got another 8 minutes. We got that up. Same motion.
Is that 8 minutes for you or 8 minutes for Councillor
No, for me. He's got enough. Move Councillor Tozer. Seconder Councillor Peter Young. Let's just wait till the motion is succinct on the screen. Is that it? That's it? All right. It's an identical one. Anyone wish to speak against it? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Owen Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barlamson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Neill. Okay.
Against? Motion carried. Please record Councillor Vorster did not vote. While I'm here, is anyone else? Okay. So I won't repeat what, because I know everyone listen to me word by word and everything, so I'll take it off from the joint funding of 50% with the state government. So, councillors, I'm putting to you, not changing any formula in how to advocate and get Stage 4 up. We work closely with State first, but now with the way the political landscape is, I think it's essential that we move this motion. It'll be in the special budget thing, and I can showcase that we're absolutely, we voted to that super majority that we're behind the project, and secondly, we've got money set aside to do a detailed business case. So then therefore, I'm asking for state government to contribute the same as us, and from there we can get going on the detailed business plan, which I will say, which is the design of the two bridges, Talabudgera and Currumbin, and because that's quite technical, we've got to start that as soon as we can. Once we've sorted out the business case and where the station's going to be, it's going to be consultation, and as well as a bridge over for the koalas crossing. Or let's not just say koalas, but for any wildlife crossing. I'd like to see that being built like even before Stage 3 is completed. And then if we're going to build it and let them have the crossing there, we might as well get going on it. But I'm not going to jump up and down there. There should be 3 tiers of government funding, and that will set the percentage contribution to the rest of the Stage 4. Okay, so that's really, there's other details we can get on with about why and all that. We've discussed it earlier today, and this is really an extension of today's resolution to absolutely show the state that we're ready to go in the planning. Anyone speak against? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Whichever way this goes today, with the light rail going through Stage 4, through Palm Beach, it's going to destroy a community. I can see it now. And, Mr Mayor, back in October, on the 12th of October 2021, Council resolved to provide further advice to the Department of Transport and Main Roads, and there are about 10 concerns that were put forward. I'm just wanting to know if those concerns were sent to the state government and how were they forwarded to the state government.
Yep, no problem. I'll ask Director Twine if you can come up.
Through you, Mr Mayor, concerns have been sent to the state government. The concerns have been dealt with through the design process. We haven't got a formal response on all of those from the department, but I can seek a holistic response for you.
So we've not received any response. It just seems to be all these reports, whether it be the reports for public consultation, or for the heavy rail, or for these reports, we don't seem to get responses from the state government on any of these reports.
Through you, Mr Mayor, if I can just clarify, Councillor McDonald, we have presented those concerns and we have worked through those concerns with the state government officers. We believe that they have been satisfied, but to address your point that you haven't received a formal response, we can seek that formally from the state government.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, because I note that you sent a letter to the Minister, Mark Bailey, in August of 21, but the issues that you raised were mainly about car parking and the retention of a 4-laned highway. It didn't mention the other issues that were raised at that October meeting. The DTMO concept design showed transforming the Gold Coast Highway between Burleigh and Tugun into a high amenity community boulevard. And I doubt that we'll see any of the deep planting of the trees that they showed us on the glossy brochures. We see that, for a distance, we see beautiful trees on the way through, a lot of greenery. Mr Mayor, I'd just like to know what the state government policy is in relation to deep planting, especially if it becomes a 4-lane highway from the outside edge. What is the nearest planting that can be undertaken, and I'm calling about deep planting?
Through you, Mr Mayor, this is exactly one of the issues that we are continuing to work with the state government on. We are looking at what is called in engineering terms extended design domain, where we can look at the existing standards around issues like deep planting and seek to have a relaxation of those within a proper risk framework. So the risk is around if there's any collision of vehicles, etc., with those trees which have been planted as close as we can practically get to the curbside. So there's issues being considered around the frangibility is the term of the trees. So how easily are they able to deal with a collision? We obviously don't want to be planting species that, if there should be a collision, will cause severe damage. So these are things which are under current investigation by both the department and our own engineers, with a view towards getting the best possible outcome in terms of both safety, operational efficiency, and able to, we hope, fulfil that design ambition of having deep planting and vegetation in the corridor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Whichever route's chosen through Palm Beach, there's going to be major problems, whether it's going to be the 4242 lane highway or the 4-lane highway. Many properties are going to be impacted, not only along the highway, but certainly in the side streets. If it's the 4-lane highway, we'll lose all on-street parking, like you, Mr Mayor, had raised before. And that on-street parking will just then go into the side streets. I know one of the meetings that we had with Main Roads, they did say that they were looking at turning some of the side streets into one-way with angle parking. And I'm sure that the residents in those little narrow side streets would not be happy with that. I know I certainly wouldn't be, and I don't think any of the other councillors here would be. Mr Mayor, there's a number of issues along the Gold Coast Highway. If there is a 4-lane highway along the Gold Coast Highway without a parking lane, I'd like to know how the state government intend to have safe access to those residential properties that will have to access the Gold Coast Highway. Is it going to be like another Bermuda Street, where the people have to wait for the good grace of somebody to stop to let them out onto the road? We have, as you know, we have many properties on that strip between Tallabudgera Creek and Currumbin Creek. We have the issue of garbage collection. We have the issue of emergency services. And as we've seen with any accidents like happened a few weeks ago on the M1, in fact there's been one nearly every week, we see all this use of the Gold Coast Highway, but not only that, once the Gold Coast Highway is full, they start taking all the residential streets, but they all end up either in Tallabudgera Drive or in Thrower Drive. Mr Mayor, the other issue I'd like to raise, and one of the things that the state government have been talking about is the better active transport in Ocean Way. And I just wonder what sort of discussions have been held, because Palm Beach is a little bit different to other areas on the Gold Coast where the A-line or Boulder Wall runs through private property. So that would mean they've got three choices. They either resume that bit of property between the Boulder Wall and the ocean side of the residents along there. They either build a new A-line, Boulder Wall, or they make it sacrificial. So that was one of the big points, that they were the selling points about having active travel along the Ocean Way. So I'd certainly like to know that answer, and I'm sure a lot of those beachfront properties would like to know to the answer to that question also. Mr Mayor, I certainly won't be supporting this because I can see that this is going to have issues for Palm Beach residents for many years to come. I know that we have to have a public transport system that's available for all of the city, but this one is just going to destroy a suburb as we see it.
Okay. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thanks, Councillor McDonald, for your questions. Mr Mayor, I will be voting in favour of this today because I think that the commitment towards funding the detailed business case is actually an opportunity to make sure that we are at the table to get the right answers to the questions that Councillor McDonald has raised today, and I think we do that by participating in that detailed design. Mr Mayor, I've been a councillor for 10 years, and in that time there have been 2 stages of the light rail that have been funded and 2 stages that have been opened. The first stage was opened on the 20th of July 2014. The second stage was opened on the 17th of December 2017. Mr Mayor, you will recall when the Helensvale Stage 2 station opened, you could have thrown a blanket over a couple of square metres and caught about 20 politicians because everybody was there from all 3 levels of government, including a couple of candidates who weren't yet in government. So I had a quick look at the photo, Mr Mayor. We had 2 federal ministers at the time were there, Chobo and Robert. We had Jackie Trad opened it. We had Mark Bailey there. The Megan Scanlon, who was a candidate, I think, from at the time, was there. We had Rob Mulhawk, who had actively pursued that connection all the way through his time as a minister when he was in the Newman government, and that was against the wishes of the Newman government at the time. If you recall how difficult it was squeezing that state level to actually commit. And then we also had Sam O'Connor, who was there as a candidate, well and truly behind the idea of connecting Stage 1 with heavy rail and connecting the city. And then Councillor Pauline Young and myself were there as well. And part of the reason why Stage 2 happened, in my view, is that the community truly got behind to understand what was being proposed. I think there was some 10,000 signatures that were received at the time from the community in order to commit to that light rail, and they wanted to commit to it because it connected a piece of substantial infrastructure to the heavy rail. There's been a lot of talk about the need for the heavy rail and the south of the Gold Coast to connect through to the airport, and I think that we're all supportive of that, but there doesn't appear to be too much commitment from the state or the federal government towards funding those next stations south. So I think that it gets sent up as a kite, a diversionary kite, in regards to connecting through to the airport, whereas our transport strategy has said for a very long time, almost 25 years, Councillor Castro might be able to correct me, but for a very long period of time we've had a transport strategy that said we will connect the Gold Coast through a piece of infrastructure, and before the 4 councillors that celebrated 10 years today, there was a council and a state government and a federal government that committed funding to light rail as opposed to the rapid bus system that had also been mooted at the time. And I think that we're committed to a path. We just need to make sure that whatever we do as we head south, we do it so that it actually works in that landscape. And we can't rule out it not working unless we commit these funds to actually do the detailed case to say how it can work and what we need on site in order to make it work. And without the detailed business case, we won't be in line to get federal funding, because it was detailed business cases that allowed the then Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull to fund Stage 2 and to fund Stage 3. So I think that we definitely need this work to make sure we're at the table and getting the right answers for the community that we all represent.
Okay, Councillor Corn. Anyone speaking against the motion? All right, I'll go to close, councillors. I think a lot has been said today, but the main thing is that if we do our planning right, all those issues that's been asked, they'll be resolved in the best way we can early, the longer time you've got. And it's crucial to be at the table. And one last comment I'll make is that if you try to take the route the other way, which we ruled out earlier today, and to be part of the heavy rail corridor or run in parallel with it, the heavy rail corridor, in my opinion, would never happen, because they're going, you've got the light rail, and that's where you're at. It's best to have two solutions of how to get to the airport, and then we'll work on the east-west connection and our transport strategy. So the debate's closed, councillors. You want to call division? Yeah, division's called. All in favour, show hands.
Mr Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Jones, Councillor Gates, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Vorster, Councillor Pauline Young, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Barr-Lumsden, Councillor Castro and Councillor McDonald.
Right, supermajority carried. Right. Thank you, Director. So the next item is we'll be going into closed session, but before we want to go to closed session, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On the 20th of May, I wrote to the CEO about this matter because it became evident to me that I had been nominated in one of these categories. The nominator and reference person in the nomination is known to me, and that person is known actually as a clown.
You can't go into detail.
No, I can't go into detail. I won't name that person, but they were known to me, and that is a true statement. It occurs to me that it's inappropriate that currently serving elected officials be eligible for such recognitions. Accordingly, I don't accept this nomination, and I wish to remain and participate in any debate and decision making. Having written to the City Solicitor, I received some advice from the Acting City Solicitor, who wrote to me on the 20th of May that same day and said, I suggest for the record that you inform the meeting on Tuesday that you do not accept the nomination. You can do this while acknowledging the gesture as presumably well intended so as not to cause offence, and I'm quite confident the person who has done that will not be offended. The Acting City Solicitor said that they agree it is not appropriate for a sitting councillor to receive consideration of such a council-initiated award, but that the City Honours and Recognition Policy only states that sitting state and federal politicians and current vice-regal officers are expressly precluded. I provide that to the meeting, hoping that the council will resolve that I can disregard the nomination based on the City Solicitor's advice and remain in the room and debate accordingly.
Okay. Well, councillors, you've heard all that? All right, if there's no other discussion. No problem. Councillor Vorster.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. And again, Mr Mayor, it's on great pages, but I just want to draw...
Well, just pause there for a second, right? What I'd say is to make it more fluid in what I want you to say, on this, we can move into close for discussion of this item, and in those discussion you can raise whatever you like. You can name whatever in the close if you people want to ask. I think it's the main thing. My question right now is there any conflict of interest that anyone else wants to raise? Oh, okay. Councillor Gates.
I simply wanted to bring to the council's attention that I nominated a party who have been considered as part of this process. I don't wish to name them at this point because it's confidential, but part of our role as representatives has always been to make nominations of people that we are aware of have made a massive contribution to our community or to our city. And so it's been the case that for many years we've taken part in that process. So having read that my nominee is part of the grey pages today, I just wanted to alert the council, but I would like to remain in the room and participate with the approval of the council.
In that case, I've got some views there for you. And Councillor Jones?
I have a very similar circumstance to Councillor Gates and Councillor Tate, Mayor Tate. I would assume that we could still make those declarations in close and they'll still count, but clearly it's a sensitive matter in regards to we don't want to name people early. So, but I have a similar issue to Councillor Gates. Councillor O'Neill.
Mr Mayor, I have given my name as a referee for one of the nominees on the grey paper as well, but did not feel that I had a conflict, that I had to declare a conflict of interest for the referee. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Right. Councillor Pauline, move to close. And acting city solicitor, what was the private confidential? Is there a wording for that? Is there a reason shown?
Mr Mayor, a law of the state. So we're protecting information, personal information, and that law is the Information Privacy Act.
Okay. On the screen now. Look at that. Something we prepared earlier. Seconder, please. Councillor Tozer. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. And streaming off. We're live. Okay. Councillors, we're at item 16.2 and there's some declarations to be done. I'll first go to Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So the nature of the declarable conflict of interest is that I was a referee to one of the nominees who was not shortlisted. I made a donation to a charity that another of the nominees is a CEO of. I confirm that neither of these parties is a related party.
Okay. Procedural motion. Move Councillor Peter Young. Councillor Jones made to participate in decision despite the councillors blah, blah, blah. On the screen. Seconder, Councillor Pauline Young, to stay in the room, right? Okay. That's it there. Councillor Patterson.
May I ask a question?
Please stand up. It's like the song.
Oh, may I ask a question, Mr Mayor, through to the Acting City Solicitor? So, is it your opinion that this is appropriate to have someone stay in the room who has made this because of the greater need? Is that your opinion on this?
Through you, Mr Mayor, really that's a subjective matter for the councillors as to the appropriateness. However, I'm satisfied that given the context of these awards, that it's appropriate that the councillors who have made nominations or provided referees just do so in the normal course, just disclose that interest, and it's appropriate for the decision to follow.
Okay. Right, councillors, anyone speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. For those who've got other declaration, just don't vote, okay, because we don't want to go down that path. Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, I was given advice where I don't have a declaration prepared, as far as I understand.
No.
I wanted to double check that I'm able to vote.
So you can vote then?
I just wanted to be sure that that's the case. Through you to the City Solicitor.
You haven't changed anything?
Through you, Mr Mayor. That's correct. The councillor has informed the meeting of his non-acceptance of nomination, and that's been noted.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Oh, good. Councillor Patterson, is that a question?
Another question, Mr Mayor. Through you to Councillor Vorster, who sought advice on this matter. Was that advice received from our legal department that it was best for you to not do this?
Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Look, I can't give you an answer that you can rely on because at the time that I asked for my own personal edification and to inform, I guess, whether or not I'd be making personal nominations, and I haven't sought any of that documentation from my office between having raised that in closed session and your question now. All I can merely say now on open record is that I did at some point seek advice from city officers around whether my nominating a nominee would fetter my ability to participate in the decision to recognise that nominee with an award. To the best of my recollection, that advice did not suggest that I couldn't participate in the process, but merely that there may be an issue which would need to be managed. I can't tell you when that was. I can't tell you who I asked. All I can provide you is my best recollection about advice I sought at an earlier time when we've contemplated these awards.
So, councillors, what matters is that our acting city solicitor has given us advice, and that advice would trump any other officers except for the CEO. Probably talk to him a bit more, but other than that, this is where we're at. So it's been moved, seconded. No one spoke again. So is Councillor Peter Young? Do I want to close on? No. I'll put it to the vote. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barton-Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young.
Against?
Councillor McDonald.
Those did not vote is Councillor Gates, Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Vorster. Okay, please record that way. The motion carried. No, just a second, we'll let it catch up. So when you're ready, we've got another one. Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to declare that I nominated a person in the Gold Coast Australian of the Year Awards, and I would also like to confirm that this person is not a related party. I would seek to remain in the room because I've in fact never met the person that I nominated. I simply knew and was aware of an incredible contribution to the Gold Coast that's been made by this person and her group, and I believe my participation is in the public interest.
Okay. Move Councillor Pauline Young, second to Councillor Peter Young. Right. Anyone want to speak against the motion? All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barton-Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pauline Young.
Against?
Councillor McDonald.
And the same people did not vote. Motion carried. Next, Councillor, when you're ready. Councillor Gates.
Just alert the Minute Secretary to noting those others who did not vote, because I don't think it happened on the first one despite your suggestion, and I don't think it's happened on this one.
Yeah, it's not abstain, it's not, did not vote. Yeah. And copy the did not votes again for the next one. I wouldn't want to do your job.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
I think next is Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. My declaration is I supplied my name only as a referee for a nominee for the Gold Coast Australian of the Year Award. I confirm that this person is not a related party, that I do know her as an active community member, and I am seeking to stay in the room and vote.
Okay. Move Councillor Peter Young, second to Councillor Pauline Young. And anyone want to speak against the motion? No? Then I'll put the motion to vote. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Barton-Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor and Councillor Pauline Young.
Against?
Councillor McDonald.
And the same did not vote. Any other declaration? Councillor Vorster.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Vorster.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I'm rising to make a declarable conflict of interest declaration, which reads as follows. The owner and operator of an aged care facility in which my grandparents reside has been nominated as an award recipient for Council's consideration. The basis of his nomination is to recognise his care for residents, which may include my own grandparents. A reasonable person may form the view that I may, if I could just change that, have a personal interest in this decision as it talks to the care provided to the members of my family. I can confirm that this person is not a related party.
Okay.
And I'm seeking permission to participate in the decision about the matter because the City honours a new and significant award that recognises the contribution of locals in many fields and endeavours beyond any category any single nominee may have been nominated. Given my strong connections to the community and, if I could just add, and my knowledge, my knowledge and perspective will ensure all nominees are properly assessed in the spirit of the awards.
Okay. Move Councillor Taylor. Second, Councillor Peter Young. Anyone want to speak against this motion? All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Caldwell, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Battle-Lumsden, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor and Councillor Pauline Young.
Against?
Councillor McDonald.
And the same people did not vote? If you can put that in. Any other decorations? Someone like to go and move into close, I think would be appropriate. Councillor Hamill, second to Councillor Pauline Young. Same reason as last time, commercial confidence, state government and all that.
Mr Mayor, I believe it's the reference to a law of the state, and that's the Information Privacy Act.
Law of State, Privacy Act. Sounds good. I'll leave it to the minute taker. You got that? All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carried. Streaming off. it's easy to miss a name there, but have another look. Yeah, I know everyone.
And I'm sure they know you.
All right. Probably, which one is closest to you in which conflict of interest? Was it more like Councillor O'Neill's one, or can you recall which one was really?
I don't know, but to be honest, Mr Mayor, I'm very happy to name her as a friend. I don't think there's any particulars dramas with that. So,
all right.
So, apologies that I had missed that in the papers earlier. But
nature of conflict.
The nature of the conflict is that a friend of mine, Natalie Dixon, is nominated in a category for consideration for these awards. So the name of the related party is Natalie Dixon. Nature of the relationship is friend. I think that's probably the extent of it. I have a perfectly open and persuadable mind in relation to the consideration of her and all the other nominees for this particular category, so I would prefer to stay in the room, but entirely up to my colleagues.
Okay. Councillor Peter Young?
I'm happy to move a procedural motion that Councillor Call will stay in the room. I was going to ask the question, does he have an open and persuadable mind? He's addressed that in his remarks.
Okay. Procedure motion. Councillor Peter Young, is that all right on there? It's a little bit longer than what you said, but... Fine. Second to anyone? Councillor Gates? So it's Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Gates. Oh, you can't? All right. Councillor Patterson? What's wrong with Joe?
I'm just checking the word in relation related parties, Mr Mayor. Is that okay?
Right. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you or in favour. Show of hands.
Councillor Tate, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Peter Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Bartolomson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor, Councillor...
Don't vote.
But we've already been voted on to say that we can...
No, you can't.
No, not on this one.
Yep. Because of those.
Conflict, not the
Oh, okay.
Did you get that?
Yep, and against.
Okay, against? And the same people who did not vote, including, plus Councillor Corwell. Oh, you got them already. Okay, good.
Okay. We're right.
Okay.
We'll go back and close.
We're good. We're going to close. Councillor Owen Jones, second to Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry. Streaming Peter Young. All on the Gold Coast Australian Day Award. Seconder, Councillor Gates, if she puts her hand up. Good. All right. Anyone want to speak against? No? Councillors, it's on the screen. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. What a good process. We got there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got it. All the others voted yes. It's unanimous, so. Yeah. Right, the next one is governance and structural review. Could I ask for Director Swain to come to the front? Yeah, could you give a quick overview?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, this report probably goes further with what Tim did allude to in budget last week. So what the recommendations propose is an entire governance and structure review of council-controlled and funded entities. Particularly, we want to make sure that there's consistencies between them. Part of it will also be with, I think, Tim touched on last Monday, anything...
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I'm really sorry. Yeah. Shouldn't this be enclosed? And
it's a motion.
I'm so sorry.
You want to... I don't think... until they're... Eh?
So it's a confidential item, Mr Mayor, as far as I understand it, and from what Kath's contributing, I think, talks to the content of the closed report.
Not content's in there, we can...
You don't have to refer to that, do you?
If I need to go into more detail, if there's questions, Mr Mayor, we'll need to go into closed.
At the moment, it's conceptually why...
So, for example, Mr Mayor, I don't believe that the words that are on the screen...
It's going to be the one that we're going to adopt.
Well, I just don't know that the contribution today by Kath is in open or capable of being in open.
Oh, okay. Let's go to close. Councillor Owen Jones. Seconder, Councillor Pauline Young. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hand. Against? Motion. All right, councillors, there it is. As Chair of Governance, do you want to move this? I'll second it for you.
Let's do that.
All right. Okay. Councillor Jones, do you want to speak further on that?
No, thank you.
Okay. Anyone want to speak against funding to various entities? No. Okay. Let's put it to the vote. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry unanimous. Thank you, Director. 16.4.
Moved.
Yeah. Moved by Councillor Owen Jones. On the screen there. I'm happy to second it. It's a continuation of what Tim's got to be working on. Anyone want to speak against that? Councillor Owen Jones to close.
No, thank you.
All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Mr Acting CEO, is there anything else? Meeting 43. I was waiting for a 4.
What did you? But you also, that's only posted.